Good morning. My name is Diane Dimkoff, and I am the National Archives Research Customer Support Coordinator and the Director of the Virtual Genealogy Fair. If you're joining us today, the first thing I'd like to say is thank you for coming back, those of you who are coming back. We started on kind of a rough note yesterday with technical issues, but we're here now. And as a result, we skipped the Archivist's welcome. That's the Archivist of the United States. And so, to make up for that, we're going to bring him to you now with a welcome to the Virtual Genealogy Fair.
Good morning. I'm David Ferriero, Archivist of the United States. Welcome to our 4th annual Virtual Genealogy Fair. What began in 2005 as a one-day event in the lobby of our research center here in the National Archives building has grown into a 2-day live broadcast with staff from around the nation sharing their knowledge about our holdings and their research strategies. Genealogy is one of the National Archives' biggest and busiest activities, and thousands of people come to this building and to our regional archives around the country to discover their family history or to fill in some blanks in that history. I did. I'm the grandson of Italian immigrants and great-grandson of Irish immigrants. Shortly after I arrived at the archives in the fall of 2009, I used passenger lists to discover that my grandfather at age 15 arrived in Boston from Naples aboard the ship Commonwealth on March 22, 1903. My grandmother, Antonia Giorgio, also from Naples, arrived on March 8, 1909 aboard the Romantic. Many Americans have stories like mine, and you too have your own. As you enjoy this genealogy fair, I encourage you to visit our website, archives.gov. We have many resources for you online. Review our growing number of videos of Know Your Records programs, an ongoing series of free public programs created to show how to use U.S. federal government records held at the National Archives for historical and genealogical research. We are now up to 47 on our YouTube channel, U.S. National Archives. Research the hundreds of thousands of records in our National Archives catalog to find documents of interest to genealogists and make tracing your family history easier. Read our quarterly journal, Prologue, especially the section entitled Genealogy Notes. Follow the latest genealogical topics on the Research at the National Archives page on Facebook. And connect with the National Archives on Twitter using the hashtag shown on the screen. Over the 2-day virtual genealogy fair, we'll offer 11 sessions. We'll discuss online resources, tools to help with your research, and basic genealogical research techniques. We listened to what you wanted, and 4 of our presentations cover new ground: underutilized records of interest to genealogists, a virtual walk through the NARA History Hub and its brand new Q&A platform, opportunities for you to participate in our online catalog through the Citizen Archivist Initiative, and the latest accessions at the National Personnel Records Center in St. Louis. The dedication of the National Archives staff is our greatest asset in carrying out the mission of this agency, and I want to thank our presenters, Claire Kluskens, Laurie Cox-Paul, Sarah Swanson, Kelly Osborne, Suzanne Isaacs, Meredith Doviak, David Pfeiffer, Ryan Bass, Teresa Fitzgerald, Brian McGraw, David Harden, and Cara Moore for their efforts. And special thanks to our Research Customer Support Coordinator, Diane Dimkoff, and her team, Andrea Matney and Kathy Loomy, for putting this all together. Our role at NARA is to preserve the records that have permanent value. With over 13 billion pages of records, 43 million photographs, thousands of motion pictures, maps, broadsides, and electronic records, history comes to life at the National Archives. We house the tangible reminders of where we have been, how far we have come, and what is possible for each and every American. Each record, large or small, is a representation of a greater story, many of which are still being told today in daily life. The National Archives tells everyone's story. Thank you, and enjoy the Virtual Genealogy Fair.
Thank you. We just heard from the Archivist of the United States, David Ferriero, and I hope that you will be able to join us for all day today for our sessions. Before we begin with the first session, I have 3 helpful hints. 1, because we are broadcasting live, speakers will answer questions at the end of their talks during the prescribed Q&A time. You can submit questions for a speaker from this YouTube page using chat. For captioning, open a separate browser, then go to the 2016 Virtual Genealogy Fair page. From there, you will find the schedule and handouts. Locate the current session and then click upon its opening link, captioning link. Finally, please note that the video presentations and handouts will remain available on the Virtual Genealogy Fair page until after the event. From our website, you can also find previous Genealogy Fair video and handouts. We're now beginning our second day of sessions, and this is session number 7. It is entitled Non-Population Census, Agriculture, Manufacturing, and Social Statistics by Claire Kluskens. Claire will describe the details you may learn about your ancestors' lives from 1850, 1860, 1870, and 1880 census schedules of agriculture, industry, mortality, and social statistics, as well as the 1935 Census of Business. Ms. Kluskens is an archivist for research services at the National Archives in Washington, D.C. I now invite Claire to the stage.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us today. Non-population census records describe products and problems, and they are among my favorite records here at the National Archives. We will start first with, we will be discussing today the mortality, agriculture, manufacturing and industry, social statistics, the defective, dependent, and delinquent classes, and the 1935 Census of Business. We'll start with mortality schedules. The mortality schedules record the people who died during the census year, that is, during the year ended June 1st of 1850, 1860, 1870, 1880, and for 5 jurisdictions, 1885. This means that when you find someone in the mortality schedule for that is listed as having died in October, for example, say in the 1850 mortality schedule, that's not October of 1850, that's October of 1849. So keep in mind the census year as you look at the mortality schedules. So the mortality schedules are very important because they may be the only record of death or even of the existence of some people. In a study that I did several years ago, I found that they record people for whom that there is no death record or gravestone. The 1860 Geauga County mortality schedule lists 52 people for whom there is no gravestone or other record of burial in that county. It may also be the only census record for some people. Again, the same county, the same schedule lists 58 children born after the 1850 census whose only census record is the 1860 mortality schedule. It might be the only record of their birth in sort of a general way as well, because there were no birth records in that area at that time. So the mortality schedules may be the only record of existence for children who have no gravestone. Of course, there may be alternate record of possibilities, such as mentioned in the newspaper or baptismal records. Nonetheless, these are very significant records. They are online, and you can find them on Ancestry.com and probably other websites, as indicated in my handout. On Ancestry.com, they're listed as U.S. Federal Census Mortality Schedules 1850 to 1885. And when you go into online databases, I recommend that you not just plunk in the name into the search field and go away if you get no results. You can drill down and select the census year, the state, the county, and then the locality, and look at the schedule to see who is included, to see what is going on in that place in terms of the deaths and the problems that are occurring. And I encourage you to look at the records. So this is an example for 1860 for Chester Township, Geauga County, Ohio. That's all the deaths in that one township. We'll look at it a little more closely here, and we see a variety of people from young children to old people dying. It indicates their place of birth, the cause of their death, and the number of days that they were ill. And there are variations in this form from 1850, 1860, and 1870, but essentially this is the same information provided on each form. In 1880, and then for 1885, for Colorado, Florida, Nebraska, Dakota Territory, and New Mexico, the schedule changed in its physical form. And you might wonder, well, why those 5 locations? Well, the federal government offered matching funds to the states if they took an 1885 census, and only those 5 jurisdictions agreed to do so. So looking at this a little more closely, we see the first several lines indicate the people who died, and just like the population census for 1880, it also provides the place of birth of the person's father and mother. So even though they're dead, you still get that information. So that's an awesome thing there. As well, of course, again, the month that they died, the cause of death, and how long they had been ill. It also gives you the physician, the attending physician that was taking care of them at the time they died. And for those of you who had physician ancestors, this is a way of learning more about that physician's medical practice. Finally, towards the bottom of this page here, you see that there is a separate section which says transferred from the public record. So the enumerator went to the courthouse to find out who else died in this township who did not have family living there at the time of the taking of the census. So you get a few additional people as well. Okay, and then at the bottom, you might find remarks and information about other deaths that occurred in the district but the family resided elsewhere, deaths occurred outside the district but the person lived there, and possibly remarks. So the remarks can be kind of useful. In this particular example, the remarks reported that in the case reported on line 8, the cause of death was probably cancer of the stomach, but was not definitely determined even after a post-mortem. In the case reported on line 9, the cause of death was not known as there was no physician in attendance. So you might get additional information about the person you're interested in if they are mentioned in the remarks. Sometimes the remarks give general information about health conditions in the township. Moving on now to agriculture, there are agricultural censuses for the 1850, 1860, and 18 censuses that use similar but not identical forms. In 1880, there is a new form that was again used in 1885 for the 5 jurisdictions that elected to take a census. And then we have agricultural schedules for the Virgin Islands and in 1917, and for the territories, Alaska, Hawaii, Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, Guam in 1920 and 1930. So when you're looking at online on Ancestry for these, they are listed as selected U.S. Federal Census non-population schedules 1850 to 1880, and then the New York ones are separately listed in their own database. And again, I encourage you to not just plunk in a name into the search field, but to browse and to select the census year, the type of schedule, the state, the county, and drill down to that locality to see what's going on where your ancestors lived. And remember always, as I mentioned yesterday, that the names are not always spelled in the census as you expect to find them, so it's worth doing it the hard way if you wish to view it that way. So the agricultural schedules for 1850 through 1870 are 2-page forms. So you start on the first page where the names are, and you go across the line with the information for that person, and then you click or scroll to the next page and continue on that same line for additional information about that person's agricultural pursuits. So we have here at the top of the page James Hunt, who had 14 acres of improved land worth $600. He had $100 in farming implements and machines, 2 horses, 2 milk cows. The total value of his livestock was $150. He had produced during the preceding year 300 bushels of Indian corn, 20 bushels of oats, 2 bushels of peas and beans, 400 bushels of Irish potatoes, 100 bushels of barley, $15 of orchard products, and $15 of home manufacturers, 200 pounds of butter, 2 tons of hay, and had slaughtered $15 worth of farm animals there, and had $15 worth of home manufacturers. A whole lot of information that you're really not going to find anywhere else. And so I think these are really special records. For 1880 and 1885, the form was different. It's a one-page form, but the information about one farmer is found in 4 different places on the form. Instead of having 4 different pages, they put all the people on the same form, but you have to first go through across the first section, and then across the second section, and across the third section, and then the fourth section, as I've highlighted here for the first man on the page. So there's a lot of information, and you need to make sure that you check all 4 lines where that person's information is located. So what are you finding? As I alluded in the example that I read out for the 1850 agricultural schedule, we have the value of the amount of acreage of improved land and unimproved land, and in 1870 also the amount of woodland, the cash value of the farm, the farming implements and machinery, livestock, orchard products, market gardens, home manufacturers, animals slaughtered. You also get in 1870 forest products and all farm production. The number of livestock, horses, mules, milk cows, oxen, cattle, sheep, and swine. And then the amount of products produced, and it's kind of amazing the different kinds of ways that we measure agricultural products. We start out with bushels of wheat, rye, Indian corn, oats, peas and beans, Irish potatoes, sweet potatoes, barley, buckwheat, clover seed, grass seed, and flax seed, and then move on to pounds of rice, tobacco, wool, butter, cheese, hops, flax, silk cocoons, maple sugar, beeswax, and honey, bales of cotton, gallons of wine of molasses or milk sold in 1870, tons of hay and dew-rotted hemp and water-rotted hemp, hogsheads of cane sugar, and so a whole variety of products, not all of which are going to be produced in all the localities, of course. You can follow your ancestor over time, and I found one man who is listed on all 4 censuses, Jerry Presley, from the time he's 49 years old up until he's 79 years old, and the variation in the number of animals and crops that he grew over time, sort of see what changes are going on his family farm. And so that's the kind of study across time that you can do with your ancestors. You might not find them in all 4, but hopefully you can find them on at least a couple of them. So moving now to the manufacturing schedules, or industry as they are sometimes called. They exist for 1820, 1850, 1860, 1870, 1880, and again for the 5 jurisdictions in 1885. This is what the manufacturing schedule looks like for 1820, although actually in many places the assistant marshals didn't have a nice printed form like this, so they ended up writing out the questions and writing out the answers from the person. And again, this is kind of fun stuff. And when you think manufacturers, don't think automobile plants or something monstrously large like that. Think small. This is a distillery owned by John Young II in Geauga County, Ohio. He consumes 2,000 bushels of rye and corn annually. It costs him 50 cents a bushel for the rye and 40 cents a bushel for the corn. He has 1 patent boiler and apparatus, which he paid $600 for. He employs 2 men, pays them together $18 a month for their wages, produces 6,000 gallons annually, valued at about 33 cents per gallon, and sales were dull. Now you might think that, well, he thought the tax collector was coming right behind the assistant marshal taking down his information. That wasn't the case. This is 1820, and in 1819, there was the Panic of 1819. It was their equivalent of the Great Depression, and so sales were dull because economic times were very hard. And this is an example of where if you do a little reading in your history, you will understand better what you're finding in the record. So that's one that I think is kind of fun. 1850, 1860, and 1870, again, it's small manufacturers. Think nail makers, blacksmiths, distillers, cheese makers, also women who were making hats and bonnets and dresses. You will find them in the census as well. So it's really wonderful stuff. And again, it's how much material, what are the materials they are using, the quantities and the costs of the materials that they're using to produce their goods, and then what are the goods they are producing and how much those are worth. So we have here Mason Ames the blacksmith, who is using various quantities of iron, steel, and coal to make metal things that go on wagons, buggies, and other miscellaneous materials. This is the 1860 schedule from Trumbull County, Ohio, for 3 townships, and I show this and I highlight the 3 places because I want to point out that when you're looking at a record, any record, don't assume that what's at the top of the form applies to the entire form. This assistant marshal decided to save paper by using the same piece of paper for 3 different townships. So at the top, it's Hubbard Township. Partway down, it becomes Brookfield Township, and further down, it's Hartford Township. So make sure that when you're looking at a record, you understand what exactly it is that you're looking at and to observe any changes in what is being reported on that form. So again, looking more closely at Hubbard Township here at the top, there's a stoneware manufactory, a steam sawmill, carrot shop, an ashery that was soap making, and a harness shop, so small shops. And also think about not only looking for your farmers on the agricultural schedule to see what they're doing with farming, look for your farmers also on the manufacturing schedule, because a lot of farmers had a sideline business, either in cheese making or some other small business to help earn money. And so you might find your ancestor on both schedules. And here, for example, are 2 cheese makers, and again, a blacksmith and a brick maker. Now, in 1880, the Census Bureau used special agents to collect some of the information, especially in large cities. And the unfortunate thing about that is that the people are then not listed in the same order as they would be on the census. And so on this particular page, which I'm only showing you the top here, you have carriage makers and blacksmiths. And so they're all together, which is great if you want to study carriage makers and blacksmiths, but if you're trying to link that person to the population schedule, that might be kind of hard because the person's name as given here might not match exactly the name as given on the population schedule. So that's what the page looks like in its entirety. Also in 1880, there were special schedules for a variety of industries, including, as we show here, lumber mills and sawmills, brickyards and tile works, to collect the specialized information for those industries, or for flour mills and grist mills, cheese, butter, and condensed milk factories. So you have to look on these other schedules as well. Turning now to the social statistics schedules, this is an example from Bureau County, Illinois. The useful thing about these, even though they don't name people's names, I think are 2 things. One is to look at the status of education in that community. So the yellow highlighting at the top and then towards the bottom, which I know you can't read on the screen, talks about the number of schools and the number of pupils and the amount invested in education. The yellow highlighting in the middle talks about the churches, and it indicates the denominations of churches, the number of people that the church building can seat, and the value of the church property. And this may clue you in as to what religious denominations were in that location at the time your ancestors were there. Perhaps they were members of that church. It gives you an idea of perhaps what kinds of church records to look for in relevant church archives, or perhaps even existing churches if they are there today. And this is just another township in the same county, similar information. Moving on to 1880, we have the defective, dependent, and delinquent classes. The first class were the insane. Now in these schedules, a useful thing to point out is, of course, these people are also on the population census, and the part of the special schedules that will help you link that person to their family on the population census, if it's not obvious already to you, is at the very left, and I've highlighted it. It's the dwelling number and then the family number. And on the population census, as you may already know, the enumerator is going house to house. He's counting the houses, the dwellings, he's counting the families. And so the house number, which isn't an address like we think of it, it's just a count of the houses. The house number, the dwelling number, and the family number on the population schedule will then correspond to the dwelling number and the family number on these special schedules. So here we have Eunice Turner, who is demented, and that's all the additional information that it gives you about her, but it's more than the population schedule by itself would give you. The next one are the insane, and okay, so I'm just, this is this same one, this is the insane, enlarge it for you. The next one are the idiots, a term we would not use today, but Lydia S. Barrows here has her problems because apparently of malpractice at birth. She has a small head. And then moving on to the deaf mutes, we have Lucy Owens and another person from the Owens family. Lucy got something stuck in her nose, apparently, at the age of 1, and she had spent some time in the Columbus, Ohio infirmary in 1848. And that's a useful clue that there might be additional records about her elsewhere, because to me that sounds like it was the Ohio State home for such persons, and it's possible that the Ohio Historical Society, which is the state archives for the state of Ohio, might have some additional records about her. So use the clues that you find in the records to help you locate additional information. Moving on to the blind, we have 2 individuals here who are said to, one got blind because of exposure, the other is blind because of heredity, and it indicates the age at which they became blind. So then, with the population schedule, you can see how old they are now, how old they were when they got blind, you'll know how long they've been blind. So some good additional information there. Homeless children is not a new problem for the 20th century. It existed in the 19th century as well, and so we have several children here in this location, including the Shores family, 4 children who had been homeless since 1878. They are also on the population schedule. All these folks are on the population schedule, and it tells you which households they're in, and they were all in different households as indicated on there. I'm sure that none of you have ancestors who were inhabitants in prison, but just in case, there are also a list of the inmates and various information about them. And finally, the 7th class are the paupers and indigent inhabitants in institutions, poorhouses, or asylums, or boarded at public expense in private houses. A lot of counties had a place called the county infirmary. It was the county home where poor people went to live because their families couldn't keep them or whatever the reason was. Those folks are on the population census, of course. They were also here on this schedule, the pauper schedule, which gives you a little additional information, such as how long they've been in the county infirmary. And one lady here, Frances Fleming, had been there since 1868, which is certainly a long time. And it tells you their original township of residents before they came to the county home. This is the same people on the population schedule. In the left-hand column over here it says county infirmary, so that gives you a clue that maybe you should look for them in the special schedule. But again, the special schedule gives you some additional information that's not listed here on the population schedule. So all the same people are in both places. Moving now to the 1935 Census of Business, we published 6 microfilm publications for the 1935 Census of Business, of which I think 2 have a genealogical value in particular. One is National Archives microfilm publication M2067, Schedules of Miscellaneous Enterprises, and the other is National Archives microfilm publication M2068, Schedules of Motor Trucking for Hire. Every National Archives microfilm publication has a number and a name, and that's what you're seeing here. These are arranged by state and then by county and then by locality, and we'll look first at the schedules of miscellaneous enterprises, which are really miscellaneous and you never know what you're going to find. And I've really never wrapped my head around what exactly they were trying to include in this category. It's a 2-page form. This is for the Ohio Pail Company is the name of the owner. The local name is the Geauga Country Club. They employ 4 people and paid a total of $2,040 in salaries during the year. This is a golf course, so naturally all 4 people are employed during the warm months up there in Ohio, and it's signed toward the bottom by Art Chalmers, the golf pro. Another example here is a camp operated by the YMCA out in the country. They have a total of 16 employees, 13 men and 3 women, and it gives you the amount of their salary during the year. Not surprising, because it's Ohio, it's only a summer camp, so most of the people are employed only during the summertime, a few year-round to keep things operating, and it's signed by the assistant treasurer. And finally, our final example is the Blue Swan Club in Cleveland, Ohio, which is a beer parlor, and it has 2 employees and gives the total amount of their salary. Employs 2 people year-round, and it claims to be a nonprofit organization for recreational pursuits and cultural entertainment. So, moving on to the schedules of motor trucking for hire. Don't think large trucking companies, think mom and pop with 1 truck, with pop driving. This is the H.J. Lee Trucking Company in Chardon, Ohio, and going on to page 2, it gives us the amount of the operating revenue and his expenses for employees and other operating expenses, how many people he employs, 1 himself, and then we go to page 3. If it was it indicates at the top, and it's hard to see, that he has 1 employee year-round himself, and then if it was a large organization, you would have additional information on the 4th page, but he's only got himself, and he signs it down there at the bottom. So the schedules of motor trucking are kind of fun. You know, there aren't that many people in the trucking industry, so it's not that hard of a thing to look for on the microfilm, but I think they're kind of fun. And where else are you going to get that information, right? So the history of the United States Census, you can find a lot about the history of the census and the various forms that were used on a web, in a PDF on the Census Bureau website. It's given on your screen there. Wonderful book, tells you more than you will probably ever want to know about the census, but it really is a wonderful book. And on our own website, we have a variety of non-population charts and forms, as well as population census forms and other forms given at the URL at the bottom of your screen now. So I hope you'll make use of those, and those forms will help you read the questions that are asked on the form when they are hard to see when you're looking at them online or on microfilm. And I am now open for questions.
Okay. Sorry, everybody.
Hi, this is Andrea while Diane has that frog in her throat. So we do have at least 5 questions that I grabbed. First one, how many states are in the manufacturing and so forth?
Well, I don't have that answer memorized, but we have on our web page, and the link is given in the handout, a web page that talks about the non-population censuses, and at the very bottom of that page gives you link to pages that are about each individual state and territory so that you can see what is available.
Fantastic. That answers one of our other questions. Let's see. Next question. Are railroad construction in the manufactural or industrial schedule? The railroad construction.
Railroad construction. The construction is not really manufacturing. So I'm going to say the answer is no to that one.
Okay. Next question. Were the almshouses also homes for the poor?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, that was easy. Let's see. And someone says they thought you mentioned this earlier, but where do we find the actual records online at Ancestry.com, or do they just have the indexes there?
Yes, the Ancestry has the actual records online.
Great. Latest questions that came in. Would taxi cab businesses be included in the motor trucking schedule in 1935 business census?
No, the taxis would not be in motor trucking for hire. This is hiring out trucks to transport stuff.
Okay. Last question so far, while we're waiting for more. The 1870 census with the column, they're asking, can you ask about the 1870 census with the column denied the right to vote?
That column would relate, I assume that the person was probably living in the South and was probably a former Confederate who was denied a pardon of some sort. Yeah.
Okay, it looks
And
like,
if we haven't answered it, or you think quite the way you think it, fully send it in question to inquire@nara.gov, and we'll look at it more fully.
yes, correct. So yeah, that's inquire@nara.gov. So if we didn't get to your question, send your email there. And please know that all of these presentations and the material will remain online, hopefully forevermore. You can also find previous years online. We will now have a short intermission. Our next presentation will begin at 11 a.m. Eastern. and welcome back to the National Archives Virtual Genealogy Fair. My name is Andrea Matney. We are broadcasting live from the Washington, D.C. building. And this morning we now have lecture number 8, The Morning After, Changes as Reflected in Morning Reports. Our speaker is Teresa Fitzgerald. Teresa will explain how the Morning Report collection can help a family historian trace a veteran's movements and daily unit activities throughout their time in the war. She will also explain the limitations regarding access to these records. Ms. Fitzgerald is a supervisory reference archivist for research services at the National Archives at St. Louis. I am now turning the broadcast over to Teresa Fitzgerald.
The morning reports I will focus on this morning will be those that have been accessioned into the National Archives and Records Administration. These records are open to the public and available in our research room. The archival morning reports typically do not contain information that would be protected by the Personal Privacy Act exemption. This would include Social Security numbers. There are some anomalies. In some cases, a Social Security number might pop up, but for the most part, the ones that are archival will not contain the Social Security numbers. We're having some technical difficulties here in St. Louis. All right. So unlike the archival morning reports, this slide includes all of them that are open to the public and not open to the public. So Army from 1912 to 1959 is archival and open to the public. 1960 to 1980 is not. And then the Air Force from 1947 and 1966 is open to the public. Those Army morning reports include the Army Air Corps and Army Air Forces. So just a quick blurb for the National Personnel Records Center. Unlike the archival morning reports that belong to NARA, the non-archival morning reports do contain Social Security numbers and are not open to the public. However, the NPRC will make copies of the requested reports, redact sensitive information, and provide this for a fee. They will search a 3-month period of those records. If you would like to request the non-archival morning reports, you may write to their facility, and you will be informed of their fee schedule upon receipt of the request. So the format of the morning reports is that they are on microfilm. Prior to this, the morning reports were originally comprised of individual paper cards or paper slips. The space constraints drove the Army to microfilm these and others in the 1950s. It was done to consolidate the paper documents, and it made it easier to reference the material. They were microfilmed onto silver film, which I will get to that definition later. And then they were used to create a diazo film, which I will also define that later as well. So this is an example of a morning report. This particular image is from the microfilm. However, it does depict what the individual paper would have looked like. They were created as part of personnel and payroll functions by the Army and Air Force, and used to verify events or assignments which may not be documented in an individual's official military personnel file. The morning report reveals the strength of the organization as well as all changes in duties and status of the personnel which occurred in the preceding 24 hours. The morning reports were completed at all levels of an organization down to the lowest echelon. The morning reports exist from division level to company level. There is an index that was created to access these morning reports. The index is probably visually more appealing than the slide and easier to understand, but I will try to explain it as best I can. In order to conduct a search of the morning reports, a researcher must know the specific organization or unit to which the soldier or airman was assigned. This information may be found in an OMPF, on a separation document, and in some cases a final pay voucher if available. As I said, the index is slightly awkward to explain via virtual genealogy fair. It is microfilmed as well and is held in our archival research room. It is accessible to our researchers in order to identify the specific reels of microfilm for the time period and unit that they seek or wish to look at. Once the reels have been identified, researchers may submit requests for those reels to be pulled by our archival research room staff. The pull times are every hour on the half hour. So what do they contain? This slide depicts the specific content you can locate in the morning report relating to the organization as a whole. So disbandment, efficiency, gains and losses, movements, modes of travel, reorganization, inactivation, and geographical locations. In some slides, or some microfilm reports, they can be quite detailed as far as geographical location, going as far as explaining the weather and the temperature, what weather they feel may be upcoming, or what was in the past. It also contains information specifically relating to the individual. This slide and the following slide contains the specific content you can locate in a morning report relating to the specific veteran. A veteran's name will only appear on the morning report if he is receiving a change in status such as the ones that appeared on slide 11 and this current slide 12. This means that you may scroll through several pages of morning reports before seeing your specific veteran's name. But not to worry, unless the document notes he had a change in status, such as moving to a different unit or medical facility, then he is still with that unit. If you do see that he has moved to a different unit, then you may go back and consult the index for the new unit's microfilm reel information and continue following his movement throughout his time in service. Oh, I accidentally. So the current use of these records are for record reconstruction and historical value. The historical value of a unit or individual as important events are recorded is what you can find on these. They may also have reports on weather, recaps on battles they encountered, what town they are in, encountering POWs, and other things they felt like recording. These overall reports and the detail they contain can be sporadic, but the information on slides 11 and 12, 10, 11, and 12 are always there. So, why would we be reconstructing records? Our facility suffered a fire in 1973 that specifically affected the official military personnel files of veterans that may also have entries that can be found on morning reports. This includes the Army and Air Force from 1912 to approximately 1963, with Air Force being affected, the last names Hubbard through Z. Records damaged or lost include over 17 million military records. The damage was sustained from both fire and water. The morning reports, as discussed, can be a great alternative record for OMPF reconstruction. However, the microfilmed morning reports were affected by the fire as well, and this is a depiction of morning reports after the fire occurred. These are some examples of microfilm reels that were affected by fire and heat. So after the fire of 1973, the General Services Administration, which is what the organization was under, or which the organization was classified as until 1985 when we became NARA, worked tirelessly to clean up, rehouse, and account for records, as well as salvage and repair the remainder of the building and its contents. During this time, they regularly made GSA status reports regarding the records, paper and microfilm, and the building and accessory repairs. The following few slides is a streamlined timeline based on status reports that relate to microfilm updates only. So, for example, on August 21st to 22nd in 1973, they continued cataloging microfilm to determine damage versus undamaged film. On August 30th, they resumed microfilm inspection, matching negative masters and diazo copies to restore lost images. They delivered microfilm of both masters and diazo copies to see if they could be merged into a single reel for reproduction, either through direct reproduction or return to paper and film. On September 11th, they examined 262 rolls of washed microfilm. 92 of those showed damage. And on September 20th, they examined 582 reels of microfilm for fire damage. By this date, 4,004 had been examined, leaving a backlog of 268 reels to be examined. They checked the status of microfilm copying contract, diazo and masters, showing damage were sent to Kodak at Rochester. No report as to feasibility of merging the dissimilar films for reproducing into a dupe master. And a gentleman by the name of Jim Gear was to follow up on that. On October 15th, all the microfilm rolls had been examined for damage and were replaced in their proper sequence. Downgrading or declassifying classified rolls was being considered. And on the 17th in 1973, examination and return of damaged microfilm to former locations was completed within 1 man-hour. So what did all this culminate in? This page is the official report and final status report of the efforts on behalf of the GSA after the fire. After the disaster and attempt to salvage, we ended up with 1 silver copy of microfilm on 100-foot rolls. This was the old original damaged silver film. 1 new silver master copy on 100,000-foot reels, and 2 diazo service copies. The original silver was damaged and incomplete due to the fire. It is no longer a viable source of information. Because the original silver received damage from the fire, the original diazo service copy was used to splice in replacement images that had been lost due to fire damage. Once this melding was completed, it was refilmed in its entirety to create the new 1,000-foot reel silver master copy. Then, from that reel, 2 new diazo reference copies were created as service copies. So number 17, it's tiny on my screen. Hopefully you can read it. It's very confusing. I can't tell you how many times I reread that paragraph in the past few months. But that was a breakdown of basically what that paragraph says. So what is silver film? Silver film is a more expensive duplicating process, but has a great image quality and very long archival life when filmed and stored properly. It is the ideal storage medium for microfilm information, or information that's contained on microfilm. Diazo film is a low-cost copying media with a lower archival life. They're normally used for just normal commercial use, and it's ideal for an economical copying media. So where are all these stored after the fire? After the fire, it was decided that not all of the microfilm morning reports should be held in one location in the event of another disaster. The main backup for the entire collection is the 1,000-foot reels of morning reports noted previously. This film is now stored with the smaller 100-roll silver film, the original that was affected by the fire, in Lenexa, Kansas. The 2 diazo copies that were created as a result of the fire were moved into non-temperature controlled environments, this is in 1973, in our old building, the one that was affected by the fire, until we moved to our current facility in 2011. The diazo copy with the least images lost also has the most brittle of film. Due to the delicate condition, it is currently stored in a temperature-controlled setting in our Valmeyer, Illinois facility and is not currently available for public use. The diazo copy that has sustained the most image loss due to fading and use has much stronger film. As such, this is used as the primary reference copy and is kept on site in temperature-controlled storage behind our archival research room in St. Louis, Missouri, and is available to researchers. Here are some examples. Due to poor storage and high use, there has been sustained damage to both diazo copies in our holdings. Due to the brittle nature of the microfilm held in our Valmeyer, Illinois facility, we do not allow researchers to handle this film. However, we are often questioned about why this is, and question as to whether the Valmeyer diazo film has better image quality. So the following slides depict the different image qualities between the diazo reference copies, between the diazo reference copy that is used on-site and the copy that is stored in the off-site facility. The current slide shows both slides having similar and good image quality. This depicts the St. Louis on-site film having a poor image quality than the film stored off-site. Believe it or not, they both look kind of bad. This slide depicts St. Louis on-site film having a better image quality than the film stored off-site. The off-site film is quite distorted. And slide 28 depicts both sets of film having a poor image quality. So why don't we just use the silver master rolls? That should actually be reels, I think. Oh, it's both, reels and rolls. So if you remember the slide, 21, the original silver copy is no longer viable due to the fire. It is believed that the silver master, that silver copy, even though it was damaged, was used during the time period following a fire until diazo duplicates could be created. Deterioration due to lack of environmental monitoring was detected in the form of warping, redox, which is an oxidation of the film, where little tiny circles that look like a tree appears and destroys the silver and the image itself. It eats through it. And fusing also from water and heat damage. The roll fused together. Additionally, it is noted on the slide that 37 cubic feet of film is missing from those original silver rolls. This 37 cubic feet of missing film is part of what was spliced into the new 1,000 feet reel copies to create a complete set in 1973. We have many concerns about this collection. They are all in various stages of deterioration, and due to the continued use, the diazo copies. The World War I, World War II, and Korea-era microfilm morning reports are the most heavily damaged, and they are reaching a critical level of concern that will require an alteration to current use processes in the future. The situation is such that the National Archives at St. Louis has suspended the sale of duplicate microfilm rolls and paper reproductions to off-site researchers. Due to the condition and quality of the rolls, we cannot provide quality duplicate copies for customers. Why don't we digitize them? We'd love to. However, it is too costly, technically challenging. NARA is currently evaluating digitization strategies for certain selections of morning reports that are more heavily accessed. Additionally, cataloging and metadata creation for each image would be challenging due to the number of images and obscure nature of the index. If you'd like to view these morning reports in person, as that is the only way you can view them, you may do so by visiting our archival research room. You may make an appointment by calling the number listed on the slide or by sending an email to the email address listed. Alternatively, if you cannot make it to our facility, you may hire an independent researcher. A list of those researchers for hire may be found at the website listed on this slide. Our archival research room is located at 1 Archives Drive in St. Louis, Missouri, and is open Monday through Friday. This contact information is contact information relating to general archival inquiries, persons of exceptional prominence. There are lists of where some forms are, our website in general. It's not specific to morning reports. You are welcome to contact any of these email addresses or visit the websites. It's just a handy slide I like to give out. I couldn't have done this presentation without Noah Durham, who is the Assistant Preservation Officer, Corey Stewart, who is one of the reference archivists that assisted me greatly, and Keith Owens. All of their preservation facts and figures and historical records kept in the history files were of great use and definitely helped me with this presentation. I am open to answering questions. It does not specifically have to be about this presentation. I do work with all of the military records, auxiliary, and OMPS, as well as archival civilian OPS. So if you have any questions relating to military records at the National Archives at St. Louis, I am willing to answer them.
Thank you, Teresa. This is Diane, and you have a lot of questions.
Oh.
So the first one is, what about the Navy records?
The Navy did not keep morning reports like this. I believe those records would be called deck logs, and diaries would be the other term. Those are located in College Park in Washington, D.C.
Okay, thank you. Next question. Do these records exist for the Marine Corps?
No, the Marine Corps would be the same as the Navy.
Okay, thank you. What about the other military branch, the U.S. Coast Guard?
I am unfamiliar with the equivalent of morning reports, what the equivalent would be to the Coast Guard. that is something that I would be happy to research for you if you wanted to email me or just send a general reference inquiry to that email address on slide 34.
Okay, thank you. Next question. Were morning reports created after World War I and before World War II?
Yes, the morning reports cover World War I, the interim period to World War II, as well as the interim period to Korea. They actually were created up until, I believe they go a little bit after 1980. They get less detailed, though. They're not as interesting when you go later.
Okay. Next question. Do morning reports also include leave for a soldier and where they went on leave?
It would say that they were TDY, but it would not say where they went.
Okay, next question. If you have a family member's DD 214 and accompanying documents, should those be scanned in and sent to you?
You are welcome to send us copies for reconstruction of lost OMPFs in the fire. We will take them to note that they did have military service. They will be marked as an unofficial source, however, as they are not coming from an official government entity. But we do accept them.
Okay, next question. Were there duplicate copies of microfilm made, or were the reels damaged, the only copies?
There were duplicates made in 1973, but the duplicates were made from the damaged copies.
Okay. Next question. My granduncle served in the U.S. Army in World War I for a full year. Does this mean there would be morning reports for his unit? And this person has put in the 365 morning reports for his unit.
Yes, they should exist.
Okay. What kind of information is available for Merchant Marines / Army transport?
We do have Army transport records in our civilian OPF records. Currently, we have the records of deceased merchant seamen and seaman licenses, but the Merchant Marines and the Coast Guard still hold the majority of the records for the Merchant Marines.
Thank you. Next question. I'm looking for information on my grandfather, who was stationed at Fort Sherman at Panama Canal during 1916-ish to 1918. Would these be available?
Yes.
Like these succinct answers. Yes. Where are the master copies kept?
The two master silvers are kept in Lenexa. I have that on my slide. They are kept in Kansas. It's either Lee Summit or Lenexa. I'm looking. Yes, Lenexa, Kansas. Both of the silver sets are kept there. The Diazo copy that is more brittle but has better image quality is kept in Valmeyer, Illinois. And the Diazo set that has a stronger film but lesser image quality is kept on site here for reference purposes.
Thank you. Do you have the stamina for 5 more questions?
I think so.
Okay. My father-in-law's father died of wounds in World War II. His records were some of the ones lost in the fire. I found some information about his unit earlier. Would the morning reports be useful to us?
Yes, you would be able to track his movements through the morning reports. They should indicate that he was injured and went to a medical facility if that is what occurred. and it could be a great source for you.
Great, thank you. Next question. Was the poor image quality due to the fire, or were they originally filmed with the same quality?
They were filmed in the 1950s and used very heavily by the Army and GSA prior to the fire, and then they incurred fire damage. So it was a mixture of use and fire, and then refilming from the already poor and damaged quality created a poor image quality when it was reproduced after the fire of 1973. So it's a combination of just poor image quality all around. Now, I can't say that in 1950 they didn't look immaculate, but with as much as they were used, there was a lot of fading.
So these records are a real challenge.
Yes.
Okay, we've got some basic research questions too. What is the search process to view the morning reports?
So if you would come to our facility, you would have your unit information. One of our specialists would assist you with using the index to locate the specific microfilm reel boxes that you need pertaining to your unit and to the time period you're looking for. Once that was determined, those records would be pulled and you can begin going through the microfilm on one of our microfilm readers.
Okay, thank you. How do I request and pay for morning report records?
Well, you can only view these records on site, so you would need to come to our facility or hire a researcher to do it for you.
And the question continues, how would I pay for this?
If you were to come to our facility and print out copies of morning reports, it would be, I can't think of, I believe 25 or 40 cents a page, and then you would take it to our fee desk and they would count the pages and determine how much you owe. You can pay by credit card, cash, or check.
Thank you. What identification is needed to research records on site for direct relatives?
We do require a photo ID, a legitimate photo ID, government issued, so your driver's license. These records are open to the public if you're specifically talking about morning reports. Also, any archival official military personnel file is open to the public, so you would not necessarily need to prove that you are a member of the family.
Thank you. Next question. Were military records like DD-214s filed at state and local levels?
Yes. After the wars, World War I and World War II, it was very common for soldiers returning home to file their copies of their SEPDOCs or their 214s with their local governments.
Okay, next question. Are there any morning reports from Korea for the dates span 1950 to 51?
Yes, we have the morning reports for the Army from 1912 to 1959. Those are open to the public. And then for the Air Force, 1947 to 1966, those are also open to the public.
Okay, thank you. Next question. Is there a way to determine the unit of an Army soldier of World War I?
Well, you could do that by consulting the separation document that might be held at a local facility. If we have any information here that was not affected by the fire, we would possibly be able to locate unit information there as well. There are several online resources, Ancestry.com, NARA AAD, the NARA catalog. Also, final pay vouchers sometimes list the unit that the soldier would have served with.
Okay, thank you. Teresa, that is the long list of questions. If we didn't get your question, or if it comes to you as soon as we click off on this presentation, please write and email us at inquire@nara.gov, and we'll get your letters to the appropriate archivist. Thank you, Teresa.
Thank you.
We will now resume at 12 o'clock noon. So we've got a bit of a break, everybody. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome back. If you're just joining us, my name is Andrea Matney and I work at the National Archives Research Customer Support Division. Welcome to lecture number 9, the Iwo Jima Flag Raisers, Chaos, Controversy, and World War II U.S. Marine Corps Personnel Records. Our speaker is Brian K. McGraw. The personnel named in the historic Rosenthal photo of the flag raising on Iwo Jima were recently corrected by the U.S. Marine Corps. Brian McGraw will provide an overview of the events associated with the flag raising and what types of materials can be found in Marine Corps official military personnel file of this period. Mr. McGraw is the Access Coordinator for Research Services for St. Louis and the Midwest. He is located at the National Archives at St. Louis. I am now turning the broadcast over to Brian McGraw.
Thank you, Andrea, and good morning to those of you out there, and good afternoon, depending upon your time zone. I'm very happy to be here today and participate in this event. Over the last few months, there have been some developments in a very historic event that occurred in World War II pertaining to the individual flag raisers that erected the flag on Mount Suribachi at Iwo Jima in February of 1945. And it was a 70-year-old question that finally was addressed and the record was set straight. I'm going to use that topic as a template to delve into the records of the flag raisers themselves, the military personnel records that we have here in St. Louis of these individuals, to look at them from an aspect of genealogy and family history, to gain insight into some of the common material that can be found in these records. The agenda that I have for this is I first want to visit briefly and go over the battle itself for Iwo Jima to give context to the events that led to the flag raising and to some of the controversy and confusion about that event. We'll talk about who raised the flag, and we'll find out that they got it wrong, not once but twice, as far as identifying the individuals that were involved, and the efforts that occurred fairly recently to get the record straight for historical purposes. We'll look at the records of those flag raisers. I'll talk a little bit about how to search for these records in the archives, how you can get those, and then we'll finish up with a brief discussion as to why all of this matters. There's two stories here. One is the genealogy, the history that's found in these records, but there's also a historical lesson that's the very basis of our democracy. And then we'll finish up with some Q&A at the end of the event. Now, briefly, the battle for Iwo Jima, just as a refresher, was Operation Detachment. It was the invasion of this small island. The invasion itself took place from February 19th of 1945, and the battle lasted till March 26th of that same year, so just about 6 weeks. The goal was to capture the island and its 3 airfields, 2 of which were active, and the third was under construction. And this would give the U.S. forces a point to jump off for additional bombing and air missions against mainland Japan. And it would also allow us to have another point for damaged aircraft or for aircraft forces experiencing mechanical issues to have a place to land. The island itself is very small. It's a volcanic island. It's pretty desolate. It's less than 5 miles long, and at its widest, it's only 2.5 miles wide. But the lessons learned over the campaigns in the Pacific told the military planners that a sufficient force was going to be needed to achieve its objective. So they identified 70,000 Marines from the 3rd, 4th, and 5th Divisions and the 147th Infantry Regiment, along with supporting units from 7th Air Force and the Navy's 5th Fleet, to take the island. They were opposed by some 21,000 or so Japanese Army forces of the 109th Japanese Army. They'd had a couple of years to prepare for this, and the subsequent invasions of Guadalcanal, Tarawa, Peleliu, Saipan, and such had taught us a valuable lesson that with each subsequent battle, it was going to be more ferocious And this battle certainly lived up to that. It certainly was the most intense fighting up to that point in the war, and the casualties were unbelievable. We had nearly 7,000 killed in action, and over 19,000 were wounded, many severely. For the Japanese forces, because of their no surrender strategy, they lost all but a couple hundred that were taken prisoner. The rest were entombed or killed in the complex at Iwo Jima. This map is one that was created by the Navy leading up to the invasion, and I realize it's a little hard to see, but this is a map of the island. At the very southern end is the tip where Mount Suribachi is, which is where the flag raising occurred. If you look close, you may see the outlines of the airfields, the two that were there. The third one was under construction in the northern part of the island. And along the south eastern coast, that straight section there, is where the Marines landed. Again, it's a very small island, very desolate, volcanic rock. To take this, they realized they had to soften things up, as they called it, and that was over 70 days of aerial and sea bombardment from members of the Air Force and the Navy. And this was to try to make the invasion a success. The Japanese, of course, were dug in. They were all in the caves and the complexes underground throughout the island. And the bombardment efforts were largely ineffective in actually achieving the objective of killing Japanese and sapping their will to fight. Now, I have a few images here that I'm sharing with you, and these 4 images I'm going to show you on these 2 slides all come from the National Archives catalog. So you can look at those at your leisure. I have the identifier listed there along with the description of the record and such, so you can look those up on your own. And there are many, many photographs of this. And I picked these photographs because these are not staged events. These were photographs taken during the conflict by photographers from within the Marine Corps or from Associated Press or other media outlets that were there with the forces. They capture the real things happening. The photo on the left is a sad one. It's of a Marine that has been killed. There is a visible hole in his helmet where he has been shot. And if you look closely at the photo, you'll see in the background there's ships and landing craft. He's not very far. He's on the beach. His weapon still has the bayonet on it, which would indicate that's something that would be on the rifle when they were landing. His pack is still well packed and organized. Doesn't look like he's gone through it to use it at any time to gather rations or supplies. And it's just one of those things that you surmise from this that he didn't last very long. And this was an unfortunate thing that happened after the bombardment, after the invasion. The Japanese came out and began shelling and shooting at will. The photo on the right shows another group of Marines. And note that the photographer is not standing above or anything. He's down in the trench with them because he's covering from fire. And these guys are calling in something. They're yelling to a buddy. They have maps and charts. They're trying to figure out what's going on or get someone help. 2 additional photographs I'm sharing with you are 2 of my favorites. The one on the left shows really the impact of war and the impact of this entire engagement. It shows a Marine. He's asleep. He's lying in this makeshift foxhole with a poncho over him for a little insulation to protect him from the elements because it rained a lot. The nights were chilly. But he's a dog handler, and he has the advantage of having the dog because that allows him a little chance to catch some rest. Because, as you may know, during the battle, the Japanese would emerge from their underground complex and attack the Marines at night or from behind at very opportune times when they were very vulnerable. And because the dog is there on guard, the dog that would be used to sniff out the enemy, to locate booby traps and things of that nature, he's able to catch some rest because I'm sure he's absolutely exhausted. The photo on the right's one that has been around for years and years, obviously, and it's been published in many different locations. But it shows a flamethrower operator running. And running is something they had to do because that was one of the shortest lifespans of any Marine on Iwo Jima or in other campaigns. You're carrying around this weapon that has a canister on your back full of jellied gasoline, and of course its use was tremendously lethal. It was a very effective tool for an enemy that would not come out to fight, that would not surrender. And if you tried to attack via other means by going into the cave after them or trying to use grenades or other things, they were not always effective, or you got more people killed. So the flamethrower was very effective. The Japanese knew that and targeted these folks. And many of these guys only survived a few hours before they were killed. The fortunate ones may have just been shot. Some of them that were hit by shrapnel or a round to that tank suffered a horrible death, becoming a human torch. There were actually a few of these folks that survived the war, and I saw an interview a few years ago with one of them that was very moving. But that just shows to me the impact of this campaign and the magnitude of it. So let's move forward a little bit. We've landed on February 19th. Today is the 23rd of February. It's just 4 days removed from the invasion. The invasion's progressing. We're moving forward. We're capturing territory. But we're not being as successful as we'd like to be, and the losses are appalling. Morale is starting to waver. And the command realizes that we need to send a message to our troops and to the Japanese that we are here, we're going to succeed, we are not going to quit. And so a unit of the 5th Division was tasked with the mission of putting a flag up on top of Mount Suribachi. And this, of course, this slide shows the very famous photograph. Again, the one that was taken by Joe Rosenthal, the Associated Press photographer. And it's the one that's the source of a lot of the controversy. So what some people do not know is that there were 2 flag raisings. The first one occurred at 10:20 hours on the 23rd of February, when a team from the 3rd Platoon, E Company, 2nd Battalion, 28th Marines of the 5th Division, a team that was comprised of Lieutenant Harold Schreier, Sergeant Henry Hansen, Corporal Charles Lindbergh, and Private First Class Louis Charlot and James Michaels, were tasked with putting a flag up. And they had a flag that was 28 inches high by 54 inches long. It was photographed by Sergeant Louis Lowry from Leatherneck magazine, along with other photographers. And they got it up, but unfortunately, the commanders realized it was too small. You couldn't really see it once it was up on top of Mount Suribachi, which towered over the rest of the island. So they said, we got to do this right. Let's get another flag and try it again. Now, when these teams went up, this wasn't just a group of 5 or 6 people carrying a flag. Remember, this is a war zone. This is an area where, while we have gained control of Mount Suribachi and some of the surrounding areas, it was by no means a secure area. And there was always a threat of snipers or forces popping out of the ground with weapons, grenades, machine guns, mortars, and things of that nature. So Marines were dying left and right. So to do these flag raisings, there was actually teams of about 40 or so Marines involved in security, protection, reconnaissance, and all sorts of supporting activities so that this small team could actually raise the flag. So the second one comes along, and the team goes and gets, from an LST offshore, a larger flag, 96 inches by 54. And this team is comprised of Corporal Harlan Block, Navy Pharmacist Mate John Bradley, Corporal Rene Gagnon, Private First Class Franklin Sousley, Sergeant Michael Strank, and Corporal Ira Hayes. And this is the photo that was taken, of course, by Joe Rosenthal that you've seen earlier. And this photo went on to become one of the most iconic photos of World War II, and I would even argue in the history of photography. It really defines the 20th century and what World War II was about. It's even been the source, of course, for the inspiration behind the monument for the Marine Corps in Arlington, Virginia. But almost as soon as the events were concluded and the flag was up, there was controversy. There were questions raised. Some of those came from within the units themselves that were involved. Others came from eventually family members or folks in the press and the media and a variety of other sources. And the Marine Corps looked at it and they determined these are the individuals in the photo, and they set the record and said this is who's involved, period, end of story. And from that point forward, for decades, that was the official story. And there really weren't any big challenges to that. And of course, we see things come along not too many years ago that really even build on that story. The book and the movie, Flag of Our Fathers, and other forms of research also reiterate that. As recently as 1995, the Marine Corps again confirmed the individuals involved in both flag raisings in their report that they put together called the United States Marines on Iwo Jima, the Battle and the Flag Raisings. And so that was the story, but there were always questions. And it was in 2013 that two amateur historians came along and started looking at this in a little more detail. One of them, Stephen Foley, was recuperating from surgery. And during this process, he made an effort to really learn about Iwo Jima because he wanted to further his knowledge in that very important military campaign. And so he read a ton of stuff. He looked at a lot of publications and records, and he looked at a lot of photographs. And he concluded, and it was confirmed by his colleague, Eric Krell, that John Bradley, the Navy corpsman, was not in the Joe Rosenthal photo, the very famous one. And eventually they published their findings. It was picked up in the media, first published in the Omaha World Herald, and from there it exploded and just absolutely took off. A lot of other media outlets picked it up and ran with it, and then, of course, social media and all sorts of folks began to be very interested in it. And it was to a point where the Marine Corps could no longer ignore this topic. And after a lot of this coverage and press, the Commandant of the Marine Corps at the time, General Dunford, put together a review panel to once and for all look at all of the record material and determine who was in the photo. So they found as a result of that is absolutely correct, what these amateurs had found out, that John Bradley, the Navy corpsman, was not in the first flag. He was in the first flag raising, but not in the second. And I have a photo I'll show you in just a moment. They also looked at the first flag raising in detail, and they found out, you know what, we had some errors there too. They found out that two of the people that they thought were part of the team, Private First Class Charlo and Michaels, were actually part of the support teams. They were not part of the team that actually raised the flag. And so they amended the membership of that team for the first flag raising to be Lieutenant Harold Trier, Platoon Sergeant Ernest Thomas, Sergeant Henry Hansen, Corporal Lindbergh, Pharmacist Mate John Bradley, and a Private Philip Ward. And they put this out on their website in August of this year, and you can see that press release where they corrected that omission in the historical record. So here's one of the photographs from that first flag raising. This shows the team after they've put it up. You can see the flagpole in the background. There's a couple of the guys kind of waving to the camera and such. But down on the lower front is John Bradley, and he is the Navy corpsman. Now, what's unique about John is because he's a corpsman, he's not carrying a weapon. He is treating wounded. That's his job. He has on his hip there his bag, which has some of his medical gear and supplies in it. And another thing that John was known for was the way he wore his helmet, which was always squarely down, almost covering his eyes, as you can see there. And also, he always cuffed his pants. His pants were always cuffed because I would assume he either liked that or they were a little too long for him. But nonetheless, that was something that was noticeable in the second photograph. So if we look at that again, the second photograph shows the team, and it identifies. This is from the Marine Corps, from their report from 1962, where they, again, tried to reiterate these are the people involved, and they actually labeled, if you can make out the fine print there, they actually labeled the individual Marines and individuals involved. So they have initially identified John Bradley as the gentleman in the middle. And that was not true. They realized after this extensive research, looking at a lot of record material and a lot of other photographs and things, that it was actually Private First Class Harold Schultz. And they, of course, amended that record as well to reflect that. So they concluded, as a result of this comprehensive study, in June of this past year that John Bradley was, in fact, not in that photo. It was Private Schultz in place of him. And the second team was therefore amended to include Private Schultz. Now, if we look at the records of these individuals, we can see some really interesting things that will guide the researchers. If you're doing genealogy, family history, lineage, military personnel records contain a wealth of information, and we're going to talk about some of those things now. So I'm using these flag raisers as an example. Now I have here the 6 flag raisers. These are the ones from the Rosenthal photo, the second, the famous one. And I've got them arranged on this slide in the order that they were in the photograph. So Ira Hayes on the left is the young Native American who is at the tail end of the photo, had just released the flagpole and it's going up. And then conversely on the other end, on the right side, Harlan Block is the anchor person and he's pulling the flag up. I also have a photo on there of John Bradley. Now you will notice that photo does not look anything like the others. Of course, John was a Navy person, but a Navy photo would be very similar to the Marine Corps photo. It would have the individual, there would be a height chart in the background, and then there would have their service number across the front. But John's record did not have a photograph in it. That is a photo that was from a press clipping in his record itself that was put in there at some point during his time in the Navy. So you have the individuals listed here that are involved in the flag racing, and these are the photographs. Now these are black and white, either photographs, very small in the case of Ira Hayes, Michael Strank, Harold Schultz, and Harlan Block, or they were negatives that were blown back, as you can see for Renee and for Franklin. Now I'm going to pick some select documents from these records and just kind of show you some of the types of things that you can find in these records. This is by no means a complete inventory. Each of these records contain a lot of information, and no 2 records are alike. But you will have, if someone is of a minor and unable to enlist in the military on their own, they have to have consent from their parent or guardian. So Ira Hayes was a minor when this occurred, and he had to have the permission of his father, Joe, and Nancy Hayes to enlist in the Marines. He went into the Marine Corps Reserve initially, and then, of course, was sent off for training and then activated for the war. If an individual is of age and able to make the decision on their own without the permission of their parents, they will have a Marine Corps enlistment document, and this is one for Rene Gagnon for his enlistment in the regular Marines. It contains, of course, data about himself, his birthday, and so forth, and then it would also list the parents, in this case his mother and her address, and the father, if he was there or was alive, in this case, is not provided. And then, of course, the document is signed by the individual, and then you have the recruiting officer that signs off on it as well. Now, sometimes in records, you will find the vital record materials, such as birth certificates, things of that nature, marriage certificates. And in this case, we have one in Renee's record, and this is a marriage certificate. And this is something that's in there, not because he got married while he was a Marine, but because he had to have permission to get married. And that's always the case among the individuals in the Marines at this time, and as far as I know, is probably still the policy today. The Marine Corps would say you are not issued a wife. You have to get permission. So the Marines would, his commander would have to give the concurrence for his marriage, and in his record would be documentation to that effect, and including in this case the marriage certificate from the city of Baltimore. And this occurred in July of 1945 after he had returned to the States. So that's a neat tidbit that's in some records. Now, in all of these records, you will find a service record book, and this is not just for Marine records of World War II, but throughout the span of the Marine Corps personnel record, and they're really neat documents. They're in effect booklets within the record, and this is an excerpt from that. It's a very small book. It's more of a pamphlet size, if you can imagine. This is turned in a landscape orientation. I've opened up so you can see both sides. And this is one page of professional and conduct record for Harlan Block. And I know it's very hard to read on there, but it basically gives a synopsis from February 18th of 1943 up until the time that he was killed on March 1st. It's a synopsis of his efficiency ratings. And so each entry would be dated, and then there would be a numerical rating in the columns there in the middle page from 1 to 5, 5 being top-notch, superb, and then it would be signed by his commander at the time, which would typically be the platoon or company commander. Of note in this one is the annotations in cursive down at the bottom from probably his company clerk or platoon sergeant, indicating that he was killed on March 1st in action on Iwo Jima, and it even includes the burial plot where he was interred on the island there immediately thereafter. Some other things that you will find in these records are citations for awards and things, and these are typically the higher awarded decorations, such as the Navy Cross, which is one of the highest decorations you can receive in the Navy. And this was for John Bradley, not for his participation in the flag raising, but for his performance as a corpsman 2 days previous, where he was tending to wounded Marines in the battle. And if you were to read through that citation, you would see that he put himself in tremendous harm under enemy fire and things to tend to these folks to help save their lives. And for that, he was awarded the Navy Cross. Now, of course, when someone leaves the military, there's paperwork with that. It's called the separation document, and this is one that was used at the time for Harold Schultz, and this form is very similar to one you will find in Navy records of the period, because the Navy and the Marine Corps are part of the Navy. Sorry to all the Marines out there. But the separation document will have the information about the individual, their home of record, their periods of service, character of discharge, what they did in the service, and so forth. And then, of course, it's signed by the personnel officer or commander upon their departure. Now, after the creation of the Defense Department in 1947, the DoD established a unified form for this, which is the DD Form 214 that we know of today, that everybody uses. But previous to that, every military service branch had their own form, and they all had a little different nuance to them. Some other things that you will find in these records, again, if it's applicable, is a certificate of death. So, unfortunately, Franklin Sousley, Harlan Block, and Michael Strank, half of the guys that raised the flag on Iwo Jima, were killed within a month. It's a very sad commentary on this very historic event. But because of that, there's a death certificate in the record. Now, if someone is killed in the service, either in wartime or peacetime, the military service will also create what's called an individual deceased personnel file or mortuary or casualty record. And I talked about that in a previous presentation for the Genie Fair in the past. So a lot of material can be found in that as well about the individual pertaining to the death and all the events and actions associated with that. And as a courtesy, they put a copy of the death certificate in the personnel file, and this is the one for Franklin Sousley. So those are just a few snippets of things that you will find in these records. They are full of a lot of information. And when you look at the military personnel records, whether it's the Marine Corps or any other branch of the service, there's a lot of things available. For the sake of the Marine Corps, here's the official information so that you can find these in the National Archives. If you're looking in the catalog, they're under Record Group 127, Records of the Marine Corps, National Archives at St. Louis. The identifier is listed there. They range from 1905 to the current archival date. These are for the ones here in St. Louis. And those that archival date is a rolling date, 62 years from today. So, for example, October 27th, 1954 is the archival date. Any Marine or military member that left the service on that date or earlier in time is a public record. And it's a rolling date, so every day more records are opened. The creating agency was the War Department initially, then later the DoD under the Navy and the U.S. Marine Corps. The use of these was, of course, to document the service of the individual, and so it has a lot of information pertaining to all the things they were involved in, their accomplishments, assignments, training, and such. And it really became a unified record showing everything they did in the military. Some of the scope and content areas for this show that there's military service date information, the training and certifications that they may have earned during their service, of course, the character of discharge, the medical information to get them in and to get them out of the military, so the entrance and separation, physicals and such, any promotion data or demotion if they were a bad boy, performance appraisals, fitness reports, and awards and decorations of the higher orders. They will also have a listing of all the medals and things that they earned, some of which, of course, do not have citations. They're just awarded because they were part of a particular campaign or engagement. There will be enlistment contracts, and for officers, commissioning documents, and a variety of other things in there. Again, varies by the individual, by their experiences, by the unit they served in, whether they were married, whether they were single, and so forth. And less common are photographs, although as a general rule, most of the Marine Corps records have photos in them of this period. Now, as far as the arrangement goes, these older files are arranged by serial number for enlisted and by serial number suffix, then a serial number prefix for officers. So that's an essential thing that we need to know to find this record. And then for the newer records that are not yet archived, those are arranged in a registry that we have here, a searchable registry. It's an alphanumeric registry. Now, to locate one of these records, if you're interested in a Marine Corps personnel record, or for the most part, any military personnel record, it's very important that we have the complete name. And when I say complete name, it's not just the legal name that they have, maybe from a birth certificate, but any given names or any nicknames that they may have used. For example, if someone's looking for William Tecumseh Anderson, and they have a birth certificate with that name on it, that's great. But if everybody knows that he was called Snuffy in his among his friends and family, there is a possibility that there could be record material for Snuffy T. Anderson. So those are the types of things that we really need to know, as well as, if you can imagine, from the spelling of the names. Did it have an apostrophe? Was there two T's in the letter? Was there an E on the end of it? All those types of things are very helpful because we have 56 million records here, and even what you may think is a common name may not be. Service, or unique name rather. Service number is very important. If you don't have that, social security numbers can be helpful. The branch of service, the date of service that they completed, where they were born and the date of that. If they're officer or enlisted, because they can have multiple records, sometimes they're combined, but if the person had enlisted service and then was commissioned, there typically is two records. If they're female, it's also good to know a maiden name in the event that they were married sometime during their service. If you're writing to get a copy of a record, you would send that to the National Personnel Record Center at 1 Archives Drive in St. Louis, 63138. And those are our colleagues here in the building that provide reference to thousands of people every day. They receive a lot of requests for records, about 5,000 every day. So bear in mind that they will get to it as soon as they can. But I always encourage folks to come and visit us because we have a public research room and we can serve the records there just as at any other archive facility. And you can contact our research room at the number provided there, 314-801-0850, to get more information. And of course, I really encourage you to go to our website, www.archives.gov/st-Louis, and you can gain a lot of information about these records and many, many others that are here, and all the things you need to know about how to get them and so forth. So when you look at these Marine Corps records, you see that they are full of a lot of very important information on a veteran. They can tell you part of the story of that individual. It's not going to complete necessarily a family tree, but it's going to help you with that journey. These records are large. On average, throughout our entire collection of the 56 million or so, They're over 75 pages each. Those numbers vary, of course, based upon the length of service, whether they served in wartime, whether they were an officer, whether they had a full career or just a short-term enlistment. And they really, as I said earlier, they really tell the story of what that individual did from the time they entered until the time they left. And they're an excellent source of genealogical and historical research. So that's the information I wanted to share with you. Now, there's another topic I just want to wrap up here before we turn to questions. And that is, why does all this matter? Not just beyond the genealogical research, which is very important, but the historical record is what I'm referring to. Why is it after 70 years people care who actually raised the flag? And that is a very important question, because we need to understand history, we need to understand the past so that we can move forward and survive. It's the basis of our democracy, and we don't want to make the same mistakes. I don't think there was anything malicious or intentional in the events that transpired, which led to misidentification of those Marines. You have to bear in mind the situation again, the environment. We're looking at self-preservation. We're in a war. We're in a conflict. You may not live tomorrow. And so were they rigorous in capturing the right data? Probably not. But I give them a pass for that. And I commend the Marine Corps for getting it right so many years later. Because as citizens of this nation, we have a role, all of us, in getting the record straight. It's something that 2 amateur historians discovered. And some may say, well, there's experts out there that can track this down, and there's people responsible, and that's true. But nobody's perfect. We're all human. And so if you see something, if you smell something that doesn't look right, doesn't taste right, whatever, please investigate it, because it could be very, very important. So I want to thank you now for your time and attention this morning. There's a couple of slides further on my presentation which has all the references that I used for this, so you can consult those, and those are all freely available through the National Archives or in the public domain. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. You've got some questions coming in. This is good.
Okay.
And I think at the beginning there was some stunned silence just because the topic is so sad. So for the first question, we have, can the service record book be accessed by a genealogist if the person is still alive? Or is this part of their personnel record?
The service record book is part of the personnel record, but the determination as to whether someone can access it, a public record, an archive record, is based upon the date of separation. So the individual could be alive. In many cases, they are alive. They're usually elderly, of course, because it's 62 years after they left the service. And so an individual, in this case, from World War II is probably going to be in their 90s. They could still be alive, but that record book is part of their personnel record and is open to the public. So the key point is, as I mentioned, the separation date, when they left the service. If it's 62 years beyond that point, it's a public record.
Okay, thank you. The next question is, are there records about services provided at funerals of a veteran in the past and in today?
We have within the deceased personnel files that are separate from the military personnel records, there's information about the mortuary events and the various funeral homes that were used, where the remains were interred, things of that nature. And we also have some burial files for folks that were interred in battlefield cemeteries overseas or in the VA cemeteries. Those are all separate series, different records, but they're all here and available.
Thank you. Next question. Where would more detailed medical information for Marines whose OMPFs are archival be found?
The Marine Corps, like the Navy, separated their medical records from the personnel records. So medical records by nature are not permanent. They have a different schedule, and they're temporary in nature. I believe it's a 75-year retention. Don't quote me on that. And then those records would be disposed of. In the case of Army and Air Force, they combined those records into the personnel jacket. So when it came to the archives, anything within that personnel file is considered part of the personnel file. In case of Marines, that the records have not been disposed of, we would obviously, the access to those is limited under the privacy exemptions. And so you would have to have the permission of the veteran or their next of kin.
Thank you, Brian. Next question. My father joined the Army Air Corps in 1943, then transitioned to the Air Force when it was formed. When requesting records, should I make two different requests, or would his records be combined?
It varies, but typically those records would be combined if there was no break in service. I would always err on the side of providing as much information as you can in the request so that you provide the service dates. We should be able to pick up on the fact that if it was prior to 1947, that there's Army Air Forces or Army Air Corps preceding that service. But it's always good to put it in there and tell us that information, because it will help us sometimes locate a record or find something else. Again, that record, being Army and Army Air Forces, is one that would be affected by the fire. People that were discharged from 1912 through 1959 for the Army, and 1947 through 63 for a portion of the Air Force records. A large chunk of those were destroyed in the fire in 1973, so that record may not exist. So it would be important to know as much information as we can so that then we can consult some of the alternative sources available: morning reports, muster rolls, pay vouchers, things of that nature.
Thank you, Brian. Next question. What is the cost for an OMPF? Is the fee charged if no OMPF is found due to the record being lost?
No, there's no fee charged. We don't collect money up front. If someone wants to purchase a copy of a record, remotely through the mail, we have two fees for the OMPF. We have a fee of $25 for records that are 5 pages or less. If they're 6 pages or more, it's $70 because the preponderance of the records are much larger. If the individual doesn't have a record and we have some alternative means, whether pay voucher or other type of material, that information or that record material follows a different schedule, so there may just be a per page fee charge. I would also add that if you come here to the archives, you can access that material free of charge. You can take a picture of it with your camera free of charge. You can also scan it free of charge. You just have to have that equipment approved ahead of time as part of the orientation and everything that you go through. So a lot of different means, and of course we're always trying to work to get things into our catalog, and we realize that's a tremendous undertaking when you have many millions and billions of pages of material, but we are working towards that. Hopefully, and not too far down the road, we'll have many of these online.
Thank you. Next question. I thought St. Louis research was by appointment only. How much time do we have to allow to make or get an appointment before we get there?
That's a good question. We will honor anyone that walks in the door, but bear in mind, for some of the material that we have, it's self-indexing so that we don't have a database or a registry for the hundreds and hundreds of millions of records that we have here in every case. So we have to know if we have it, and so we can go do that fairly efficiently. But if it's material that's very old, or if it's something that's recovered from the fire from 1973, it may need some preservation treatment before we can do anything with it to serve it to someone. So that's why in the past we have encouraged folks to contact us ahead of time. If you're in Duluth, please don't jump on a plane and fly down here and want to look at 8 or 10 burned records. It could happen, but it's going to cause a tremendous difficulty in getting that material. We encourage you to contact us ahead of time because we may have more than just what you're looking for available, because a lot of times people say, well, St. Louis just has military personnel records. No, that's not true. We have over 900 different record series of personal data. So we are a depository for genealogists. And so if we don't have a military personnel record, there's something else that might fill in the bill or help provide you additional information, take you in another direction. So we encourage you to contact us, to look on our website, and that way it becomes a very fruitful visit when you come here.
Thank you. Next question. If you request the service records as a family member instead of a public archival record, do you get more information?
Well, the way the release restrictions work, when the record is not yet archived, the access is limited to the veteran themselves as well as to the next of kin if they're deceased, and that's defined by the Defense Department, which is a surviving spouse and any children. So if you're a grandchild or a nephew or an uncle or distant relative of that nature, their access is going to be limited to what's releasable under FOIA, which is basically information that you probably already know because you can probably get it off of Google. So if the record is archived, it's publicly available, and there's no difference as to who requests it. We don't really have any concern about that at all. Now, we do have to screen them for certain privacy exemptions under FOIA. We have to redact third-party social security numbers and some other things, but those are minor. And bear in mind, the records of this period, World War II, and these older portions of the 20th century, there's not a lot of social security numbers in them, thank goodness. And there's a lot of material in there that is completely releasable. So there's really no difference. Once it's archived, it doesn't matter whether it's a family member or the person down the street, they're going to get the same thing.
Thank you. Next question. What is the difference between a service record and a personnel record? I only see one choice when I go online. How do I get both?
Well, you would request a full and complete copy. If you go online and either use the standard form 180 that's available on our website or go through the VetRex application if you're a military veteran, you would just put in there, check the box that you want the full copy of the record, or there's space in there where you can type in what you're looking for, and we encourage folks to provide as much info as they can. So if you're looking for more than just the military record, or you want the military record and you want the medical record or training record or whatever, put that in there in that request.
Thank you. Next question. If I want a copy of my own personnel records from the Marine Corps from Vietnam, could I get them? I'm still alive.
Yes, you can. And you can do that remotely by writing to us, filling out a request online through VetRex or through the standard form 180, or you can come here in person and we will get that record and make it available.
Thank you. Next question. Are there efforts to identify others in historical photos of World War I?
I'm not personally aware of any activity here. We are, our main focus here is to provide access to the records. There may be other initiatives ongoing, but there's a lot of different organizations, both military and civilian, that are always working on projects. There's various academic research and things always ongoing, but we are not involved necessarily in going back and going through and looking at photographs and things. We, quite frankly, don't have the resources to do that.
Okay. Do you have time for a couple more questions, Brian?
Sure.
Okay. My dad was in World War II in the Pacific Theater. He also re-upped and was in the Army the fall of 1950. I was born at Camp Carson in 1951. How do I find out if he was injured during one of those time periods?
Well, I would request the military personnel record. It depends. Again, if the individual's still alive, the vet, then get him to sign the standard form 180. If he's already been discharged and it's archival, then it's the access is more open. But I would start with the personnel record and see if there's any annotations in there. Normally, if someone's injured in Korea or an engagement, there would be indications in there. If not there, then we would probably direct them to look for medical records so that the individual would, if they were wounded, would have been sent to a military hospital in the Pacific somewhere.
Thank you so much, Brian.
Sure.
All of the people are singing your praises and they're rolling in the chat line. If Brian did not get to your question, please email us at inquire@nara.gov and someone will get back to you. Thanks again, Brian.
Thank you all. Have a great day.
We will resume at 1 o'clock. Time for a quick break.
Welcome back to the National Archives Virtual Genealogy Fair. We are now beginning lecture number 10. It is entitled, What's New in the Lou? A look at the latest successions at the National Archives at St. Louis. And our speaker is David Hardin. David will provide an overview and insight into Navy General Courts Martial records, Naval Aviation training jackets, Army research and experimental case files, and Vietnam War era mortuary files from Tan Son Nhut and Da Nang Mortuary. This session will provide a general review of these genealogical rich records, including the types of materials found and how to go about accessing these records. Mr. Hardin is a reference archivist for research services at the National Archives at St. Louis. I am now turning the broadcast over to David Hardin.
Thank you so much, and many thanks to Andrea Matney, Diane Dimkoff, and the many people behind the scenes at the National Archives who again have made this virtual genealogy fair possible and a huge success, and who have very generously allowed me to come along for this ride and present today. I would be remiss if I also didn't thank my fellow NARA St. Louis staff and colleagues, Tavis Anderson, Daria Lubinsky, Bill Seibert, Steve Smith, and Teresa Fitzgerald for helping me craft this presentation. I would also like to thank Nancy Schuster, who is in the room today, and who is volunteering her time, her very precious time, in running the video feed and the computers so that all of you out there can see my beautiful face, hear my beautiful voice, and see this presentation. And finally, I want to thank you. Thank you for coming today along with me for this journey and supporting the National Archives through your participation. So what is new in the Lou? Now I know what some of you are thinking, and no, this presentation is not about a disgruntled Cardinals fan and the agony that he's enduring as he watches the Cubs play in the World Series. It's not about that. And I'm in no way bitter that the St. Louis Cardinals' biggest rival is playing in the Fall Classic. Now, on a completely different topic, Cleveland. What happened last night? That was not an inspiring performance. Get some sleep, eat your Wheaties. You've got 3 straight games in Chicago, which will most likely be like playing a game in the Hofbräuhaus tent during Oktoberfest in Munich. So get ready. Whoa. Sorry about that. I got a little sidetracked and a little heated. But no, this presentation instead takes a look at some of the latest records to be accessioned by the National Archives at St. Louis. Those being the Army Research and Experimental Case Files, the Vietnam War era mortuary files from Tan Son Nhut and Da Nang, Navy General Court Martial files, and the Naval Aviation training jackets. And while I attempted, and I stress the word attempted, to insert a bit of lightheartedness into the beginning of this presentation, I want to acknowledge that because of the nature of these records covered today, the content of this presentation is quite personal and at times can be very serious. Personal because of the records at the National Archives at St. Louis. They deal with people, and these records document the memory of those people. And serious at times because some of these records cover some of the more disturbing parts of humanity, and some document those who have made the ultimate sacrifice for their country. I hope that my performance today honors the memories of those that we lost, highlights what some have accomplished, and finally, I hope to make you more aware of the records and history contained in them here at the National Archives at St. Louis. So let's begin with Army Research and Experimental Case Files. Now, for every series that I talk about today, I have a sort of introductory slide that will guide you through these records. For this first series, I'm going to walk everybody through the minutiae of the information, step by step, that I provide for every series. The Army Research and Experimental Case Files are a series that is part of Record Group 175, Records of the Chemical Warfare Service. Now, when you use the National Archives catalog to search for this series, you can search using the National Archives identifier number of 353-02499. And within this series information, you'll find the record group that's hyperlinked, and you'll be able to explore the other 87 series that are associated with this record group for any further research. Now, the other 87 record series within the record group, they cover such things as correspondence, general orders, maps, drawings, historians' reports, and much more about the Chemical Warfare Service. Now, the records of this series cover the years 1955 through 1975 and were created by the Department of the Army. The records are organized alphabetically, so with any personnel file, we're going to need at least the name to begin our search, but we'll need other identifying information to confirm a match. As is the case when requesting personnel records, please provide all of the information that you have on the individual. The extra information that you have could be the one piece that's instrumental in locating a record. The files contained in this series are records of testing of chemical agents and/or antidotes, and they also document tests that involve protective equipment and sleep deprivation. But those are much smaller number in comparison to the chemical agent testing, and that is what I will focus on today. Test subjects consisted of military service members and federal civilian employees at multiple facilities, such as the Edgewood Arsenal, Dugway Proving Ground, Fort Benning, Fort Bragg, and Fort McClellan, and then also state prisoners at Holmesburg Prison in Philadelphia were a part of these experiments as well. Now, as far as content, these files may contain biographical information, individual pretest and screening questionnaire, chemical agent that was administered, physical examination records, records of performance, and possibly much more. I'm going to say that basically with every record series today because every file is unique. So from here, let's walk through a file and see what some of the information is that we will most likely find. Now, this is a personnel file, and the focus is on the individual, so you're going to find a lot of information on the test subject. Typical information found includes the person's name, their race, date of birth, height, their weight, service number if they were a military service member, their place of birth, marital status, next of kin information, educational background, and if they were a state prisoner at Holmesburg Prison, you might find their inmate number, cell number, and maybe a work assignment. I stress that pictures are very rare. The two that I've shown today are the only two that I've actually found. And now I have in no way gone through all of the files, so there may be more out there. But with the number that I've gone through, I can tell you they are very rare. The individual shown here and the biographical information that I've shown is from Private Dallas Lee Taylor of Anawalt, West Virginia. Now, with this experiment, there was an extensive screening process and pretest. And through these questions, you'll be able to glean even more information about the individual and their family history. Now, there are very innocuous sort of questions, as you see on the top, like, what's your father's occupation? Or how many brothers and sisters do you have, and could you name them? Then there are very leading, somewhat telling, and honestly just plain odd questions, like, do you admire your father more than your mother? What kind of person are you when you're high or drunk? And then there are those role-playing scenarios where the applicant would fill in what the cartoon individual would say in the cartoon in the top right-hand corner. There's also a standard medical exam performed as well that also includes family medical history. The file does show what chemical agent or agents the individual was subjected to. Now, all of the individuals that have a file did technically volunteer for this program. There are signed participation agreements in all of them. You can't dispute that. However, after researching some of these chemical agents, what they were, what they did to the individual, it's very clear why the testing was discontinued in 1975. The files document the use of a wide range of chemical agents, agents that block neurotransmitters, some that are hallucinogens or both, nerve gases, pesticides, irritants, etc. Now this slide shows not only a hallucinogen and LSD, but also two drugs that blocked neurotransmitters, but then were also hallucinogens as well. Like most, this was a very well documented and well thought out experiment. And there are schedules and notes that document all of the time that the individual was in the study. It shows things down to what they were allowed to eat, when they were allowed to shower, has all the reactions and remarks from the physicians and staff, as well as remarks and reactions directly from the individual. So as you can tell, their day was highly documented, and all of this is in these files. One major area that is documented are the reactions to the chemical agents. From handwritten responses from the subject, or those that were dictated, to observations from the staff. We see subjects that simply don't really show any signs of a reaction, to some that hallucinate, are completely incapacitated, or get very sick as a result of the exposure. Examples on the slide show a test subject hallucinating and seeing rats and mice in his cubicle, one that is simply unsatisfied with hunger, and another who only experiences dry mouth. Finally, another major area documented are the tests that were administered when the subject was exposed to the chemicals. This consists of physical and mental tasks, including Rorschach tests, IQ tests, obstacle courses, marching instructions, drawing tests, etc. And this slide particularly shows the post-drug analysis of a Holmesburg prison inmate, Anthony Zabala, and some of the tests that they administered and what they noticed from him. Attached to these tests is an overall evaluation of the participant before exposure, during exposure, and after exposure, with remarks on memory, memory impairment, physical impairments, and personality changes. Now, as I stated earlier, when you begin to see what some of these chemical agents were and their effects, it's easy to see why these experiments were shut down. Now, I'm trying not to be biased, or at least come off as overly biased, but I do believe that the records speak for themselves. These experiments were in no way the crowning achievement of America. If you're one who is looking for more information on these tests, I urge you to watch the two documentaries, coincidentally both titled A Bad Trip to Edgewood. Check out the book Secret Agenda, where investigative journalist Linda Hunt exposes former Nazi scientists working with the Chemical Warfare Service at the Edgewood Arsenal as part of Operation Paperclip. Yes, you heard right, former Nazi scientists. And then also the book Acres of Skin by Alan Hornblum, which investigates the experiments at Holmesburg Prison. Next, we have two series that cover the Vietnam War era mortuary files from Tan Son Nhut and Da Nang Mortuary, which documents the processing of remains of military personnel and civilians at the two mortuaries by the United States Army. Again, we show the record group, the National Archives identifier, the years that were covered, and the creator. A special note on searching these records, they're arranged chronologically by date of when the remains were recovered, so any date of death that you have will greatly aid in the search. So let's see what we can find. First, we show service information cards that contain the person's name, where they died, and if they were in the military, their rank, service number, branch of service, unit information, and date of death. All branches of the service were processed by the Army during this period. The Army was tasked with the responsibility of mortuary services because of the preponderance of deaths of U.S. forces in Vietnam were mostly Army personnel. The two service members shown here are Specialist Robert E. Cole of the United States Army and Private First Class Joaquin de Jesus of the United States Marine Corps. And again, on it, it shows not only their name, their service number, shows their unit information, and their date of death, as well as their place of death. We continue with the records of Private First Class Joaquin de Jesus and his death certificate. Now, this will carry a lot of the same information from the service information card, but will also include date and place of birth, physical characteristics, information on next of kin, and details surrounding the individual's death. As you can see in this slide, the death certificate reads that Private First Class de Jesus received his injuries while on operation against hostile forces near Da Nang, the Republic of Vietnam. He was dead upon arrival to this command. Examination revealed missile wounds on the left side, the left leg, and the left arm. Positive identification was made by ID tags and his shipmates, and no autopsy was performed. Next, we see how they went about identifying the individuals. This particular record is of Specialist Norman L. Hinkle of the United States Army. This record shows his name, grade, service number, age, and height. This is followed by a description of the body when it was recovered. And even though it's a drawing and there's only a written description, it truly documents the horrors of war. This is followed by remarks from the staff performing the identification, has dental records, which they use extensively on identifying service members, and finally, a description of how they were able to identify the individual and the proof that they were able to find. After identification, they would prepare the remains for its final disposition. This record shows Specialist Robert E. Cole and the process that was undertaken to prepare his body to be shipped back to America. The checklist really stood out to me, as it shows the lengths that the mortuary staff went to present the body in the best way that they could, from clipping their nails, to shaving them, to cleaning the body, just to prepare them so that the body looks best for when it returns home to family members. And I'll simply end this series description with a quote from Harry Truman. He said, "Our debt to the heroic men and women in the service of our country can never be repaid. They have earned our undying gratitude. America will never forget their sacrifices." The next series covered today is the Navy General Court-Martial Files. And to me, this is by far one of the most straightforward series that I'm covering today. These document the Navy General and Special Court-Martial cases of 1951 through 1976. Again, this slide shows the record group that it's a part of, the National Archives identifier, the year that's covered, the creator, how they're arranged, and a special note on arrangement. We currently have to utilize a card catalog to find these records that are arranged by year and then under alphabetically. So to expedite your search, we will need the year of the court-martial, as well as the service number and service member. This also shows the scope, and then again the content of what may be found in these court-martial files. So prior to a court-martial being issued, being held, or arranged, an investigation had to take place to make sure that, one, a crime was committed, and that the person should stand trial. Documentation of the investigation is present within the court proceedings. And today, we're following one case for this series explanation, the case of Staff Sergeant Arthur C. Barnes. The investigation report will include the investigating officer and officers. There will be multiple reports by multiple officers. The accused service number, their organization, a description of any evidence found, and recommendation for a trial. On this slide, we have the particulars of one of the investigators. It shows who is being investigated. We have an extract from a report on evidence found, in this case, a pool of blood. and finally, the recommendation for a trial by general court-martial. Next, we see the basic organization and the personnel of the court. These documents will first show the authority to call a court-martial by the commanding general, the particulars of where it will be held and when it will be held. So, for example, this one is being held at Camp Lejeune and being held on July 26, 1954. It will show the individual who is acting as the law officer. In other terms, this is the judge. If the accused opts for a jury trial, you will see the members listed who act as the jury, and then finally the prosecutors and defense lawyers and the staff. Next, you have the charges and specifications listed. This is very straightforward, and very basically it shows what code was violated, who was the individual who violated the code, and then how the code was violated. These cases involve people, and unfortunately, with us, with people, whether they're civilians or military members, we have the ability to do some pretty terrible things. This particular case, the charges and specifications revolve around multiple counts of attempted rape and murder. When they get into how the defendant pleaded, then they get into how the defendant pleaded and the overall court proceedings. I will say that court proceedings can at times be very overwhelming. Some of these cases are quite voluminous, but every single detail of the case is present. Everything that the person said is typed and is available. So there may be a lot of information, but a lot of insight. You really feel like a fly on the wall of the court proceedings as if they're happening right in front of you. This individual pleaded not guilty. We see the first day that the court came to order and in session, and then we see a witness statement. So as I said, everything that happened in the court proceedings will be typed and will be available within these documents. So everyone who participated in the trial will show what they said. In some court-martial cases, there might be exhibit material present. This can be witness statements, it can be drawings, like the one found in this case, that shows the drawing of the building where the crime took place. There may be photographs, and then also in cases of appeals, you may see special instructions from the judge from the initial case being used as evidence in the new court-martial case. Lastly, the record will show the findings and sentences of the court. So it shows whether or not the defendant was guilty or not guilty of the charges, how they were sentenced, and how they were sentenced. In this case, he was found guilty on multiple charges and was sentenced to 10 years of hard labor, forfeiture of pay, and he was dishonorably discharged from the service. As I stated in the beginning, these records can be very serious and may not reflect well on us as a society, but these records have to be made available. As President Obama has said, a democracy requires accountability, and accountability requires transparency. The final record series that I'm covering today are the Naval Aviation Training Jackets, and, if I may say so, are my favorite records that I'm covering today. These records document the entire training process of the Navy and Navy Reserve pilots of the United States, as well as foreign pilots who trained in America during the time periods that are listed. Again, on this sheet, we see the record group that they're a part of, we see the National Archives identifier, the year that they're covered, who created them, how they're arranged. This is just simply alphabetical. Has the scope of sort of what the records show, and then the contents that you may find in these records. I want to say that it's really exciting and pretty cool to some things about these records, many things about these records, but one thing is that there are foreign pilots within these records. Under the Lend-Lease Agreement, the United States trained thousands of Allied pilots, and many trained with the Navy. So we have records from prospective pilots who were training from the Royal Air Force, from Great Britain, South Africa, New Zealand, and Australia, and also prospective pilots from Free France, from Cuba, Brazil, Mexico, Uruguay, Paraguay, and many, many others. Now, you may see in the contents that I have photographs, and it's in all caps with a lot of exclamation points. These records are very incredible, and another reason that they're incredible is because of the wide range of photographs that are available. For the most part, the majority of these records will have photographs of the service member or potential service member of the cadet who is training to become a pilot. So let's see what makes up a naval aviation training jacket. This is simply the front of a jacket and the picture of Navy pilot Joe Kennedy Jr., who I can assume that many of you recognize. This shows his training class, his training squadrons, when he entered the different portions of his training, when he completed his training, his final marks for those portions of that training, and then flight time during those portions. Joseph Patrick Kennedy Jr. was a distinguished pilot during World War II, earning the Navy Cross, Distinguished Flying Cross, the Air Medal, and the Purple Heart when he made the ultimate sacrifice for his country. You also see a personal information sheet, which is loaded with a ton of genealogical information, and it outlines the specific aviator trainee. Now, this sheet is of trainee Lindsay Elvin Lester, and this sheet shows when he was born, where he was born, his educational background. It shows any previous aviation training. As you see, he received some at his university under the Civil Aeronautics Authority Act, and it shows any previous military experience, shows next of kin information, any religious affiliation, and when they reported for training. And as I said, a great picture as well. The next and largest group of records in these training jackets are the flight instruction records. And these document each and every flight that the student aviator took or took part of. This individual is Free French Navy student aviator Pierre de Chaponnet. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, and I'm sure if I didn't, I will hear about it. These are 3 examples of flights that he took, the date, the plane that he was flying, any instructor remarks, and his final score. Now, there are scoring instructions within these records, so you as the historian can determine how good a pilot he was through these instructions. Now, he shows a pretty basic score in his first flight that's shown above. Flight training scores can be as high as 4. So as I said, the first flight was pretty average, but then he was well above average on his flights. Next, if the pilot was involved in a crash, there will be a full report of the crash that will be accompanied by remarks and questioning from the instructor and of the student. Now, this is a crash report from Jacques O'Mahony. And yes, you are right, the same Jacques O'Mahony that played the part of Tarzan in Tarzan Goes to India and Tarzan's 3 Challenges. So good eye to the one person out there that recognized this individual. And this shows simply the details of what happened in the crash. It has instructor remarks and then also questioning. With this being aviation training, unfortunately, there are instances of casualties during the training process. They happen both in the airplane, and unfortunately, for Victor Turini, they also happen on the ground. These show the cadets' basic information, as well as the date and the cause of death. Now, this next individual may look familiar from a few slides ago. This is Ensign Elvin Lester Lindsay, as he came back for further training to become an instructor. And this is his later picture. So some files do have multiple pictures within them. And these documents here show him being officially endorsed and appointed as a naval aviator. They show that he passed his training and received an official commission. Now, particularly about Elvin Lester Lindsay, he had an extensive naval career as a pilot, and he was credited with enough kills to be labeled as an ace during World War II. Next, I want to show the cadet record card. I wanted to show this individual in particular to bring up a really good point and to show you that we have records of all trainees. So not just the people who passed and were given a commission, but as we saw earlier, those who died during training and those who simply failed out. This is Robert Sears. It shows that he was dropped from training on account of getting air sickness. And I imagine it would be tough being a pilot if you get airsick. His remarks, however, did show that he had a good attitude about it, and I looked further into his Navy official military personnel file, and he had a good trip in the Navy. He was eventually commissioned in the Navy and he volunteered to lead groups in bomb and missile disposal. Now, while I mention looking into his personnel files, I want to remind everyone listening that yes, you've heard this a million times, there was a fire in the early 1970s that destroyed millions of military personnel files. But the Navy and the Marine Corps were for the most part untouched. The Army was particularly affected, as well as the Air Force, but still, many thousands of records survived. And if the military hadn't retired it yet to our facility, then it wouldn't be damaged because it simply wasn't here. So I always suggest requesting the official military personnel file. Now, obviously, the rules of 62 years from the date of separation will apply if you're not next of kin. But always request this. You never know that it may have survived the fire unscathed, or we may have B-file material or secondary records to prove the individual's service. Finally, and I think it's a great slide to end on, pictures. Pictures, pictures, pictures. These files have some incredible pictures of the naval aviation trainees and cadets, including, in the top left-hand corner, the first Navy ace of World War II, Edward Henry Butch O'Hare, who is the namesake of the airport in Chicago. And smack dab in the middle, you see the grandfather of current United States Senator John Sidney McCain III. That is John Sidney Slew McCain. These pictures are really very cool, and I hope that there are people out there who are interested in these records, because that means that I will get to see more of these amazing pictures. Now, requesting a record. You can very well request it just sitting from your home through the mail. We have a fax machine listed here, or our email, and I included some reproduction fees for you to use. And then, if you could meet me in St. Louis and skip to the Lou, we do have an archival research room. I would say to word of advice to call in advance to schedule an appointment. That way we can prepare the documents for you and find any additional documents that you may not have thought of. So yeah, please schedule an appointment. We would love to see you here at the National Archives in St. Louis. Thank you so much.
David, you have a lot of questions, so buckle up. Here we go. First one, are there personnel records for Air Force who served at Tan Son Nhut?
There are possibly records here, yes. Most likely, yes, we do have them here. Without knowing the individual, I wouldn't be able to say for sure. But this is the place to find personnel files. So please submit your request. Now that is Vietnam era, so there's a good chance that they would not be archival yet. So you would need to be the service member or next of kin to request those records for now, unless you wanted to do under FOIA, in which case you would get simple information that you could most likely find through a Google search or Ancestry.
Thank you. The next question is about our terms of art. What does it mean when a record goes through accession, and does that mean after a while that they are destroyed?
So the accessioning process, that means that the National Archives has taken legal control of the records. Before, some of these records, they were handled directly and they were in the legal ownership of those different military branches. So, for example, with the Navy flight records, those were held and were legally held by the Navy, and they could say what they would do with those records. Now we have accessioned those records. They have become permanent records of the National Archives. We have the legal authority over them, and that is why we can make them freely, we can make them available to the public through our research room, and then as well as through correspondence.
Thank you. Next question. Are there ways of just getting the records for the testing at Holmesburg Prison here in Philadelphia, or must one have a name of the prisoner?
We would love the name, to have the name of the prisoner. However, I'm sure we would be open to accommodating a researcher. If you contact us, that's something that we could set up. If you would like to visit us, that would most likely be the easiest. If we were to copy all these files, it would most likely be very expensive for you. You might save on cost by coming here to our facility, and when you're here, you can copy them using our machines, or you can use a scanner and basically, use the records and capture the records for free while you're here in our building.
Thank you. Next question. Is there an index of the names of the personnel who participated, or would you have to know by name a person who participated?
I don't know what record series
They didn't say.
they're talking about in particular, but it's always best to have the person's name and any information that you have on the individual. If they are a military personnel, service number, service dates, branch of service, anything that you can provide, that will help us access these records. These records are new to our facility, so we have done pretty basic processing to ensure that you can find them on our catalog. But we would need that information in order to go into the records and access them.
Thank you. Here's another similar question. Can we submit a request to get names for all people in a specific county to add info to our Genealogical Society records? We could refer them to your archive.
That would be very tough. Our records are not organized in that manner. The selective service records are organized by county, but that is not necessarily military records. But at this point, we do not have an index for the millions and millions of men who had to register for selective service. So that one would be very tough to do. It would be impossible.
Thank you. Has the military been able to identify the soldiers that may have been exposed to Agent Orange during the Vietnam War, and are there records on them?
I can't comment directly on that. That would be something that would be undertaken by that branch of the military. I would assume that because of the nature of the effects that Agent Orange has caused on many veterans, that they have investigated this and that there are claims through the VA. So I'm sure there is documentation out there. It would not be at our facility. So that one I would not be able to help with.
This is Diane. We actually have Vietnam records at Archives 2 in College Park, and so if you have questions, again, inquire at nara.gov.
Thank you.
Vietnam casualty report. Is there a way to tell if additional information was available for my uncle? I had requested the military file and got a casualty report with a lot of questionable testimony.
What we would have available would be found in the individual deceased personnel file, as well as their official military personnel file. Beyond that, there's nothing else that we could provide here. In no way that I could tell if any information in there would be misleading or false.
Okay, thank you. Next question. How would I find an Army court-martial from the 1950s?
We have those at our facility. So if you inquire to the email address that I provided or write in, providing the service member's name, their service number, that's something that we can accommodate here at our facility.
Thank you. Do these records include the names of people who were charged while on inactive duty?
The court-martials, yes, they would have been, yes, there would be individuals who are on active duty that committed whatever violation or infraction, and those would be documented within the court-martials. I hope I'm answering that right.
The question concerned inactive duty.
Inactive. Well, when they're inactive, they wouldn't be in the services of the military, so whatever infraction or law breaking that took place, it would be of a civilian matter, and you could most likely find that in whatever county or state that the violation and then subsequent trial took part in.
Thank you. If an American was in the RAF, would his records be here in the United States?
If an American was in the Royal Air Force, if they trained within the Navy here to be a pilot, then we would possibly have records, yes. But if they served with the Royal Air Force, then the United States would not, and the National Archives would not have any legal custody over those records. You would need to go to Great Britain for to research those records.
Thank you. Are there training records for the Army Air Corps flyers?
Not at our facility, and I don't want to say yes or no to that. I don't know of any that do exist. But please email us at the email that's provided, and I would love to look into that for you.
Thank you. And we got a one-word question that just says Canada?
Great country.
I think they're wondering if we have any records for any Canadians.
Those, again, would not be, unless they were Canadians who would go on to serve in our military. We would not have any records of Canadian service members that served for Canada, unless they were serving through the Royal Air Force, and then we might have their training record if they if they trained here to be a pilot. But most likely, you would have to go north for that one and see our brothers in Canada.
Thank you. Next question. Are there any records of Tuskegee Airmen available for research at any of the archives branches?
I'm sure there is. Please visit our catalog. Go through the go through the catalog and put in Tuskegee Airmen. If any personnel files survive the fire, they would be here at our facility. But I'm sure there are organizational records out there and other correspondence and records that cover that very historical group. And yeah, I'm sure there are tons of records out there concerning the men that trained there.
And two last questions. You've answered this one in different ways. Is there an index of names of those who participated in the chemical experimentations?
They're not officially indexed in terms of having one freely available for the public yet. Like I said, we are in the formal processing phase of these, so we are creating an index so that we can make that available. Is that available yet? No, it is not. Do we hope to have that available in the future? Of course.
Thank you. Next question. Supposedly, the military did testing at boys' schools that were for juveniles. Would there be records?
I would need the particulars. Again, if you want to email us and give us what information that you do have. I do not know any off the top of my head, but I would love to look into it and research it for you.
And I swear this is the last question we're taking. What about Liberty Ship information?
Again, I would need more background information on what the individual is requesting before I made any comments on that.
Thank you so much, David. Lots of questions still kind of rolling in. If David did not get to your question, please email us at inquire@nara.gov. Thank you very much, and we'll resume again at 2 o'clock. So we have
Thank you so
a quick
much.
15-minute break. Thank you, David.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Welcome to session number 11 and the last one of the 2016 Virtual Genealogy Fair. Our final lecture, we offer Faces of the National Park Service by Kara L. Moore. During this session, she will spotlight some of the leaders of the National Park Service using official personnel folders of the Department of the Interior. Ms. Moore is a reference archivist for research services with the National Archives at St. Louis. I am now turning the broadcast over to Kara Moore.
Hi, I'm Kara, and I'm going to talk about the Faces of the National Park Service today. I'm going to take a look at some of the earliest National Park Service employees using official personnel folders that are found at the National Archives in St. Louis in honor of the 100th anniversary of the National Park Service. All of the images are from the official personnel folders from the Department of the Interior, National Park Service, of Record Group 146, records of the U.S. Civil Service Commission, National Archives in St. Louis, Missouri. As I get started, I want to make a note that there were several small typos that were not caught until after my presentation was sent to the printers for handouts and live feed streaming. This includes some language. It's the National Park Service, not the National Parks, plural. And then there were some dates that needed to be changed. You'll notice that some of the dates of service begin before 1916. That's just because these individuals had service with the Department of the Interior before the National Park Service was actually formed, so don't get confused by that. My very first person is Mr. Stephen Mather. His dates of service range from 1915 to 1929. By September of 1915, he was appointed as an assistant to the director of the Department of the Interior to do work related to the national parks. He was tasked specifically to straighten out Yosemite. He started this task by taking a tour of several national parks over the summer of 1915, continued into the fall. Since there was no real precedent for this kind of work that Mather was working on, he himself was able to set his per diem at $4 a day, which covered all of his expenses while surveying the current state of the national parks. This survey and his personal interest combined to give him the necessary knowledge to introduce new plans and ideas to share the national parks more widely with the public and to raise awareness for the national parks themselves, to try to really drive in some tourism. And also, since his personal interest as a naturalist existed, he was able to really help with some of the conservation as well. August 29, 1916, Mather's work helped to secure the passage of the National Park Service Bill. The bill had been pending in Congress for several years while Mather was serving as an assistant director to the Department of the Interior. So his survey was able to give some hard evidence to really secure the need for this bill and push it through Congress. Mather was renowned for his knowledge of wildlife and natural preservation, as well as how to drive tourism and how tourism works as far as building public interest and well-being. In April of 1917, he was appointed as the first director of the new National Park Service. So there's a little bit of a time gap between these. There was no formal director during this time, but while they were creating what was going to qualify as a director and what was going to be required from him. His charismatic personality allowed him to make some lasting connections that were kept across all of the national parks. This level of really camaraderie that he built up when he was doing these surveys carries over into his official appointment as a director. He established some previously non-existent positions, including his own, and upheld a really high standard for that post and for the national parks. His genuine affection is reflected in a lot of different letters that were written, both to the president and to the director of the Department of the Interior. And all these letters are in his OPF. They're really interesting to read and to see his language and see his real big drive to stay in the National Park Service and to keep the National Park Service in the public interest. There were many appeals and endorsements that were written in, again, both to the director and directly to the president on Mather's behalf. In 1921, this is when his renewal for appointment came up, and some of the language discussed in these letters came from both professionals and from the general public, just tourists who went to the park and happened to meet him. They referred to Mather as absolutely unique in his abilities and the decentest Democrat, and I want to point out that that's a lowercase d on the Democrat. He attended various conferences on state parks on behalf of the National Park Service, and he even visited the Canadian national parks for study. So he's really broadening what it means to be a national park in the United States at this time, and he's got some transnational information going on as he's flowing from Canada to see how their national parks are maintained to really make sure that our park service is one of the best. He spoke at the Field Museum in Chicago and at numerous universities during his employment. These talks really helped to drive attendance at the national parks. Nationwide, the parks saw attendance grow from 356,097 to 1,058,455. These numbers were accumulated by the Geysers to Glaciers Association of Montana, and these numbers are put into his OPF as justification for some of his efficiency ratings. He made several personal monetary contributions to the projects that enhanced the parks. By January of 1929, however, he was not feeling too well in the day-to-day, wasn't able to uphold his duties with the vigor that he had as a youth. He resigned due to this declining health and then passed away a year later almost exactly. While he was serving, he created 7 new parks, and at the time of his resignation, there were 2 that were still pending and getting pushed through and getting open to the public. The next person I'm going to talk about is Horace M. Albright. His dates of service range from 1913 to 1933. Again, we see an early date of service. He was hired in as a confidential clerk to the Secretary of the Interior in June of 1913. He was hired in with some pretty significant previous experience. He was a forest guide, he was a lumberman, he was a miner. He taught as he was going through college and after college, and he had a law degree and operated as a lawyer. By April 1915, he's working with Mather on projects related to the National Park Service. So it's still pre-National Park Service, but Mather and Albright are kind of brainstorming together, working side by side, getting through these national parks. By May of 1916, he was actually moved to be the assistant attorney for the Department of the Interior. Because of his legal experience, he was able to handle some of the legal matters that included the care of wild game in Yosemite. So he is applying both natural knowledge and legal knowledge, still in the interest of the national parks of the United States. By May of 1917, he was the first appointed assistant to the director of the National Park Service. At this time, the director is Mather, who he has a long-standing relationship with. Albright's duties as an assistant to the director directly engages his legal knowledge. He also covers for Mather as he has some bouts of illness throughout his tenure. In June of 1919, Albright moved in position to serve as a superintendent to the Yellowstone National Park. So he's the head over the entire Yellowstone National Park. He in 1920 adds to his duties by additionally being a field assistant to the director. This doesn't have a full title change. It's added to his regular duties. There's not any pay raise or anything like that, but it's definitely added to his docket. These duties have Albright going from various conferences of the superintendents of the various national parks. They have conversations about what's going on in the National Park Service, what they need, how they're going to get the word out a little bit more and drive tourism. He also hosts congressmen directly on tours of the parks. This really builds that relationship between Congress and the National Park System, National Park Service, so that as the National Park Service needs maybe a bigger budget or needs to approve a new national park into the system, there are congressmen who have this relationship and who have this newfound love for the National Park Service, and to visit the national parks, they see the importance there. There's a real personal relationship that's created because of Albright's outreach. We know all of this really detailed information because there are itineraries that are included in his official personnel folder. These cover from day-to-day duties, like an approximation of what he's going to do in a week, what he's going to do over a month. There's even detailed down to hour-by-hour plans and meetings. It doesn't cover the entirety of his service. That's a lot of paperwork. But there is a significant amount so that you get a really clear picture of what Albright's days look like, what Albright's years look like, what his projection is throughout his service. This creates an increased demand and extension of services, so ultimately they have to create a new position for what Albright is doing. In August of 1926, Albright becomes the first assistant director specifically for the field. Now, looks really similar to what that last position he was in was, but it is a new position, a little bit different language, enough to make it a new position. He is in this position tasked specifically with the inspection of the parks and the monuments, their operations and their employees, so how everything is handled on a little bit lower level rather than a huge oversee. He did oversee, however, the addition of the Sequoia National Park while in this position. In January of 1929, he became the acting director in Mather's illness. There were a ton of employees who wrote in during this time, and they are really exclaiming their loyalty. They're talking about how much they want to stay underneath Albright's leadership, how great and how knowledgeable these people are. And then just a few short days later, he gets fully appointed to be the director of the National Park Service. At this time of appointment, he is serving with the National Park Service, which is second only to the Bureau of Indian Affairs in terms of size and importance under the Department of the Interior. So the National Park Service has seen huge growth in this amount of time. In 1933, he attends as a representative of the National Park Service and contributes to the organization, personnel, and project choices to the founding of the Civilian Conservation Corps. So it's important to know that there is a relationship between the CCC and the Department of the Interior as far as project choice, like I said, the different kind of people beyond the enrollees who were involved with the CCC. In July of 1933, he resigns officially, but he does get asked back intermittently as a collaborator all the way from 1935 until 1973. So for a long time, he's a big consultant and still has a say in what's going on and gives his kind of 2 cents to what happens around the National Park Service. The next person I'm going to talk about is one of my favorites. He is Frank Pinkley, often referred to as Boss. His dates of service range from 1901 to 1940, again, a very, very early beginning date with the Department of the Interior. In December of 1901, he's the only applicant who applies to take over the custodianship of the Casa Grande ruins when the previous custodian resigned. The previous custodian was a leader of a nearby congregation whose service was really just a matter of convenience because of his proximity. And when he eventually is like, I'm not going to come here anymore, it's out of my way now, he actually resigned from his congregation at the same time, so it's no longer convenient. Mr. Pinkley is the only person who knows about this area, and he has a huge base of knowledge, and he applies and petitions his position unknowingly to him against nobody. But he sends in with his application these great letters of endorsement. So his official personnel file was really a treat for me to see so many letters from his community really backing him as a person and a reliable person to be involved with the National Park Service, which at this time is not the National Park Service, but is actually overseen by the General Land Office. They were in charge of several of the ruins that eventually become the National Park Service. During a 3-month absence in 1906 due to some family matters, Pinkley's father, Sam, actually steps in to take over the custodianship for the Casa Grande. So you see there's really a lifelong passion that's been passed down through his family. Between 1901 and 1913, the Casa Grande ruins saw a bunch of improvements, and this is stuff that Boss accomplished by himself. He dug a well, he erected buildings, sheds, corrals. This includes an actual homestead that didn't exist before, both for himself and with the knowledge that future custodians would be needing a place to live and have a place to stay. So he builds this really with a huge amount of foresight. All these things were done at his own expense. He himself built most of it just to improve it and really make it inhabitable. Previously, there is no neighbor, so no other homestead at all, or water anywhere for 3 to 4 miles. So that really brings into focus how the previous custodian was living and how his matter of convenience was important to anything associated with the Casa Grande ruins. And it goes to show you maybe why he was the only other applicant. While he worked, he did work with the General Land Office to have some building plans. He submitted all of these plans and worked with the Department of the Interior for this. There was an original building plan to have 5 different rooms. He increases that to 105 and really makes it a hospitable area. He kept up with his paperwork and reports of the land, how many visitors were coming through, and isn't just like a handyman who is security for the area, but makes a lot of significant improvements and has the numbers to back it up. He worked directly with the Smithsonian to uncover more ruins on site, so he grows the physical area as well. In 1914, there was a brief resignation while he went to run for the House of Representatives in Arizona. His wife, Edna, or E.T., steps in as a custodian, and that's what this letter is showing. It's Frank suggesting that his wife would be a suitable replacement in his absence. This kind of goes back and forth for a little while. It's all documented in his OPS, but eventually they do just appoint his wife to cover for him for a couple months while he's out campaigning, and she does a great job. So really, really a family-oriented kind of passion. In January of 1918, he does come back. He reapplies. He is accepted at this point as a National Park Service employee. So the National Park Service has been created, no longer has to deal with the General Land Office, and is working on with the National Park Service. He takes a while to come back in because he has some salary negotiations between himself and Mather. These negotiations aren't just based on salary, though. It's also based on Frank's vision for the Casa Grande area. There's different development plans, road plans to and from, publicity campaigns, different public bulletins that are included as part of these publicity campaigns. So he knows that he wants to come back and is doing everything he can to showcase his ability. In December of 1918, so not quite a year after he comes back, he takes on additional duties at Tumacacori National Monument in Arizona. In May of 1919, it's described in a page of his OPF that he is the one man in the National Park Service that we can depend on for archaeological and historical work by Albright. So really speaking up his general knowledge of Park Service and conservation in general, not just in this area, but as a whole. He's very delicately referred to as Pink when this conversation is going on. I just think that's hilarious. He's got so many fun nicknames. Montezuma Castle National Park gets added to his list of demands. He is referred to as an expert on early missionary history. So again, his knowledge just goes really, really deep. The person who called him that is the acting director at this time, who is speaking on his behalf. In September of 1922, he gets sent to Yosemite Conference on behalf of the National Park Service because of these big, vast areas of expertise. In April of 1928, he gets promoted to the title of superintendent. Up until this point, he's still serving as a custodian, definitely in a lower pay, and obviously with a huge amount on his plate. So he's superintendent of the Southwest Monuments. So this includes everything in New Mexico, everything in Arizona, everything in Colorado, everything in Utah, except for just 3 monuments. So in 1932, this is 18 different areas. In 1934, it has grown to 25, and by 1939, it's 26 different areas that he is in charge of. This includes 3 different civilian conservation corps camps. So in total, there's about 600 people who are employed in all of these areas. Now, though he's not directly in charge of some of those people, he's in charge of the people who are in charge of them in one way or another. And just as a side note, we do have the CCC records here, so if that sparks your interest, definitely write in for those. He died while in office in February of 1940. There's a monument to him at the Salinas Pueblo missions. So, again, one of my favorite people. He really just did so much and had such a passion there, and his OPF details it beautifully. The next person I'm going to talk about is Gertrude S. Cooper. Her dates of service are from 1940 until 1945. July of 1940, she gets appointed to be the superintendent of the Vanderbilt Mansion National Historic Site. This is the first time that this historic site has a superintendent, so not only is she a prominent woman, but she is the first to be in this area at all, regardless of gender. She works with the War Department to keep the Civilian Conservation Corps camp that was on site running well and operating within the historic sites mission as well as the CCC's mission. In 1941, she oversees the change of the old pavilion to be an inn. So now it's open to the public, people can come in. She personally sent a ton of social invites to come and visit, and those letters and the responses are all kept in her OPF, so it's really neat to see just the different social people that she's rubbing shoulders with. She got asked to be a part of the Women's Uniform Committee. This committee addresses maybe some more practical uniform choices for women who are working with the National Park Service. As women slowly get more and more inclusion, they find out that they really need some different dress wear, and she is seen as a trustworthy and level-headed woman who should be part of this committee. She personally called for the Works Progress Administration, the WPA, to participate in the upkeep of these areas. So she knows that the Works Progress Administration and really a lot of other New Deal programs exist and are already getting funding to do a lot of the upkeep for the United States. Really across the nation, they're doing different upkeep projects, so she has the idea to utilize them. So it's not only creating jobs through the WPA, but it's cutting down on the MPS budget and utilizing funds that are already available in other areas. She has this really strong knowledge of knowing what's going on with these other government projects that are, like I said, already intended for national improvement. She has a knowledge of restoration in a general way, and this allows her to have some proactive outreach and anticipation of possible budget pushbacks. She sees if something's going to need some conservation in the future, she has contacts already, and she's able to reach out to them and say, like, hey, the tennis court on its site could really be used by some of the Army boys who are nearby. I know somebody who does this restoration. It would bring a lot of value to the site and to our tourism. So her knowledge and capability is just outstanding for the position that she's in. She uses the networking to drive tourism. Like I said, lots of social invites to different big names in society at this time. She also creates an expanded accessibility to Vanderbilt through utilizing the existing programs. This includes down to like road building, which if anybody knows about the history of the WPA and the history of the CCC, they had a lot to do with literally building roads across the United States. And she knows that sometimes people aren't getting out to these national parks and these historic sites simply because they aren't accessible. So she utilizes that kind of knowledge and the available resources to drive up that accessibility so people don't have those excuses anymore. In 1943, the National Park Service is attempting to move her from being a superintendent to a custodian. This is a demotion both in title and in pay as they're kind of starting to cut back and figure out what's going on. The New Deal system starting to filter out, but she is able to detail her full duties that are performed. She compares numbers provided for like superintendents in different areas, and she is able to show when she goes above and beyond what other people are doing and already getting paid less for it. So she ended up getting a raise, and she retained her title through these efforts and through her knowledge of what's going on. The next closest position to Miss Cooper is in the East Hemisphere, East area of the United States. They host about 7,000 tourists a year. Now, on the opening of Vanderbilt in 1941, they only expected about 3,000 visitors a month. 300. And she is able to drive this up to actually 5,612. So really blowing that number out of the water. She gets 20,000 total tourists a year. She gets adding concessions into the area so people have a reason to stick around. They don't need to leave when they're hungry for lunch. She also adds a greenhouse operation that didn't last very long, but it was a significant idea that did drive some people in. She consistently trained the people that are working with the CCC and the WPA to be guides for the area so that she doesn't have to drive up her employment numbers. She is expected to have 8 full-time employees with 20 to 25 generally under her as a superintendent. The actual total comes closer to 94 with CCC and WPA members included. So again, she is overseeing a lot of what's going on, and even if she's not their direct report, she is overseeing the people who are overseeing these people and has a lot on her plate. She resigned in May of 1945 and really has left a huge precedent for the people who fill her shoes after this. I'm going to kind of dwindle down and just throw in some mentionable people. Ansel Hall was hired as one of the very first graduates of the University in Forestry. This program is intended for direct career path into the National Park Service, and he has a really successful career, and a lot of it comes from this idea of higher education and incorporating that into his service with the national parks. Robert S. Yard is a geological survey director, so this kind of shows you a different level of research for conservation efforts of the National Park Service, just to show that it's not just rangers, it's not just supervisors. There's a lot of big efforts that are coming from the National Park Service, even at these early times. Dr. Adolph Murray was a biologist for the Civilian Conservation Corps. Again, this kind of showcases the range of professionals who participated in the CCC camps beyond just the enrollees that were part of the mission for the New Deal program and enrolled for the CCC. We have lots of CCC higher up records here, as well as having the CCC enrollee records, as I mentioned earlier. Claire M. Hodges is the first female ranger. She was appointed to Yosemite directly by Mather. She served from May of 1918 until September of 1918. She has a pretty small record. She was appointed as a temporary employee only to fill in while there were men at war, and so they kind of knew she wasn't going to be a permanent person, and she was serving as a temporary. But it's significant to see that Mather was progressive enough to include her. There are some pictures that survive of her in uniform serving as a ranger, which are pretty interesting. Unfortunately, they were not part of her official personnel folder. But I do have this nice little note that says, we would like to appoint Clark, who is not the correct person, and we have a name adjustment there written in. I imagine that Mr. Mather wasn't super used to writing in female names when talking about appointing rangers at this point. Isabel Story served from 1910 until 1962. She starts as just a copyist. She moves into being a clerk with the Geological Survey. By 1916, she's serving directly under Mather in the National Park Service. Then she moves into a position as an assistant editor for the National Park Service, so all of the bulletins and language that they put out. In 1930, she is a full editor for the National Park Service Division of Publications. In 1934, she's an editor-in-chief. She changes again to be a chief of information. In 1955, she retires, but then she comes back as a consultant in 1962, so kind of in the same way that Albright comes back and deals with and helps with the way that the National Park Service is operating. Isabel's story has a great growth that happens under the National Park Service, and starting from just being a copy person and then just a clerk under Mather, her ability to describe what is going on is really seen, and she's promoted because of it in a pretty significant way, especially for a woman in these times. You could say that her skill with the quill was undeniable. I'm a huge Hamilton fan, so that's a direct quote from Mr. Lin-Manuel Miranda. And then that's a letter over to the side where she actually wrote to Gertrude Cooper, who we talked about just a little bit ago, and they have a good standing relationship. So again, it just shows how great Gertrude Cooper was with her outreach, and Isabel Story is a recognized and respected individual who writes in and has a relationship with these prominent people in the Park Service. I want to mention that I know there's not a whole lot of diversity to my project, but it's a product of the time, so we know that there were Buffalo soldiers who served as some of the first Rangers, and they're an entirely black regiment. These positions were military, so they don't fall within my civilian official personnel folders. Charles Young was the first black supervisor in 1903 to Yosemite. Again, a military position. We don't have the National Park Service yet at this time. My resources really stopped me at 1952, so they are going to be a little bit limiting, and just wanted to make a note of that and let everybody know that that's kind of why I wanted to include more, but can't really. Some of the later records have been appraised to be permanent. They're just not released by the Office of Personnel Management to be accessioned into the National Archives at this time. That doesn't mean that they're not going to. So after that, there's some information about how to write in if you think that you have a National Park Service member that you would like to see their OPF for. We do have a way for you to contact for the non-archival request, which means their service ended after 1951. So that information is both there for you. And now we're going to open the floor up.
Thank you so much. This is Andrea, and I will ask your questions for you. We do have quite a few that came in. So starting with the first one, my grandfather worked as a summer hire at Glacier National Park, probably early 1920s. Will there be records of summer hires?
It's possible that there were. I can't say yes or no. It kind of depends on the extent of their service as well as if they were considered to be federal employees or not. So we only had the federal employee records. The national parks themselves may have more extensive records, but the fact that he was a summer hire doesn't limit it. Definitely write in, and we'll be happy to do a search and tell you where to go next if we don't have anything.
Very good, thank you. Next question, are personnel records available for the National Park Service and the Forest Service in the 1930s and 1940s?
Yes.
Okay, there you go.
Asked and answered.
Are there personnel records for the Civilian Conservation Corps? Where would they be located?
Those are at the National Archives in St. Louis. We have both the enrollee records, so the young men who were enrollees of the CCC, and some of the higher up people, so the leaders, like I mentioned before, biologists. We have all of those records here.
Thank you, Kara. And this is Andrea. I just wanted to add, for those of you that were not on the chat, you might have missed that the Civilian Conservation Corps was covered in a session during last year's Genealogy Fair, and you can still find that session video and material on the Genealogy Fair website for 2015. So that was session number 5 last year. So, Kara, back to you. Our next question. I think you covered this, but let's talk about it again. Have they ever had a woman or person of color be over the National Park Service?
I assume that means as a director of the National Park Service.
Yes,
there have been. It's just a lot later than my records cover. The first black director was in 97, I believe. 1997. His name's Robert Stanton, and there's been several women in office. Like I said, just much later than my records cover. Thank you.
If I wanted to write in for CCC records, what type of information would they need for me to get a CCC alumni's file?
If they're referring to an enrollee, there is a standard form, 14136, that is available at archives.gov. Fill that form out as completely as possible, and they will get that. When that form gets sent in to me, then I do a search for it. Minimally, just to list off some of it, We need the full name, middle name if they've got one. If they don't have one, let me know. Date of birth, area where they were born, parents' names, that stuff really helps because there were so many people that were involved with the CCC that we need as most biographic information as possible to make sure we have the right person for you.
Thank you. That helps. Question, did Gertrude Cooper resign because men were returning from the war, as many women stopped working once the war was over?
It's not named as that in her OPF. She resigned because it was a heavy-duty job, and she didn't exactly need the employment, so it wasn't like she was working for money at this point. It was just a labor-intensive job, and she actually moved on and worked in New York in a different area.
Thank you, Kara. It looks like that was our last question, so I appreciate your presentation. We're going to now switch over to Diane Dimkoff, and
Thank you very much.
And she'll introduce a special guest. Thank you.
Thanks.
I'd like to say thank you to every one of our presenters, as well as every one of you who logged in from home in your bunny slippers and jammies with your cats and your dogs. We can't do this without you, so thank you. This really does conclude our sessions for the 2016 Virtual Genealogy Fair. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been our pleasure. If you missed a lecture, the videos and handouts will remain available on the fair website. Thank you for making this a huge success. If you have lingering questions, or if there's something you heard yesterday and you're still not clear about, please come visit us in person, send us an email at inquire@nara.gov, and we will do our best to assist you. We'll now have closing remarks, and I'm very pleased to welcome to the stage the National Archives Acting Executive for Research Services, Ann Cummings. Ann.
Thank you, Diane. I too want to take this opportunity to thank everyone for your participation in the successful 4th Virtual Genealogy Fair. And it was a success. Some of our early numbers are we had almost 5,000 people participate over the 2 days. Yesterday, we had almost 3,800 participants, and each of the sessions averaged around 500 people. Today, each of the sessions averaged around 235 people, and the participation keeps spiking, so thank you. The papers presented over the past 2 days, as we can see from the participation, have provided new insights and paths for participants to follow for genealogical research in our collections. As with other fairs, I also believe that we will benefit from the information we received during the online discussions and will find the post-fair feedback from the presentations very useful to us. At this time, I would like to personally thank the staff and the presenters who are directly responsible for making this fair a success. These people include Andrea Matney and Kathy Lumi for all their tireless support in getting the fair moving, getting the IT support and coordination done, and their continued work after the fair. Thank you very much. The video support for keeping us live, I'd like to thank Jamie Atkinson, Julie Reed, Jason Winston, and Alexis Van Dyke. Without you, this wouldn't have been possible. I'd like to thank our social media helpers. You've been helping us with our Twitter and Facebook feeds, and we also thank you for your pre-conference work to get this up and running. These include Mary King, Angela Tudeco, Kristen Albritton, and Hillary Parkinson. Also, a huge thank to the web staff. You kept everything running. Crystal Brooks and Glenn Carver, thank you for keeping the computers running for these 2 days. I'd also like to thank Nancy Suster in St. Louis. I know you were standing by to help us out in case we had any IT or other technical issues. Thank you very much. And then, of course, a huge thank you to all the speakers. Claire Kluskins, Lori Cox-Paul, Sarah Swanson, Kelly Osborne, Suzanne Isaac, Meredith Dovak, David Pfeiffer, Ryan Bass, Teresa Fitzgerald, Brian McGraw, my personal favorite, David Hardin, and Kara Moore. And then, of course, as always, a huge debt of gratitude we owe to Diane Dimkoff. Her tireless efforts over the last years in making this fair happen, without her, this would not occur. So please, send Diane a note of thank you and encouragement, because without her, this would not have been possible. So thank you, everyone. Thank you for your participation and your continued interest in the National Archives collections and in genealogy. Thank you.